authentic, they always count on. Spoon Talk, the beacon of hope, the fountain of authentic information for this dispensation and dispensations to come. Join the team of panelists Mondays through Saturdays, 8 p.m. locally, 4 Eastern Time, and other timings across the world. Tune into our radio services, Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. We can also be reached on social media through Facebook or YouTube on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV Live. Locally tune in to Super TV Channel 10. Spoon Talk, Spoon Talk, Spoon Talk, setting Liberia's agenda for national growth. When the ordinary Liberians, home and abroad, are seeking a platform to make a clarion call to their leaders for a hygienic, political, social, and economical landscape in the motherland, there is one platform that is authentic, they always count on. Spoon Talk, the beacon of hope, the fountain of authentic information for this dispensation and dispensations to come. Join the team of panelists Mondays through Saturdays, 8 p.m. locally, 4 Eastern Time, and other timings across the world. Tune into our radio services, Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. We can also be reached on social media through Facebook or YouTube on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV Live. Locally tune in to Super TV Channel 10. Spoon Talk, Spoon Talk, Spoon Talk, setting Liberia's agenda for national growth.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Skiddy dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Go to there. Go to there.
To the spoon to get
Yes,
your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television.
Yes, I true.
Did the Southern Band. Charges. Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon.
Well, folks,
Spoon.
welcome to another edition of the program.
Spoon.
As a matter of fact, this is the biggest thing that takes place on radio, on TV,
What is happening in Liberia?
and online at about this time.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening.
Spoon Talk.
Yeah.
Of course, we are live on Spoon 107.5 FM,
In Africa,
Fabric TV,
just to
Fabric. That's a Spoon TV too as well. Fabric 101.1 FM,
children crying.
Fabric TV, Super 95.5 FM.
You want to get a news
And those of you
to Spoon
following by the weight of
to know what is happening more.
Channel 10 Super TV from your home.
Politicians want to make their decision just to
And
Spoon.
we are also live on YouTube
You want to know,
and on www.spoonfmradio.com.
yeah.
Welcome to the program. Our special studio guest on the program today is
Yeah,
Liberia's Finance and Development Planning Minister,
from Fonjema, Maryland.
Samuel D. Toy. Folks, my name is Aaron Kuban,
To Spoon.
your sound producer for tonight's edition of the program. Let me now cross over and say welcome to James Samuel Gude Flomo and also Dr. Richardson. Welcome.
When I hear it, that when
Carol, I have my thing on mute.
yeah,
How you doing today?
Yeah.
good morning also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, I'm fine. I'm okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't
Thank
know
you
about James.
I said, good morning me.
Thank you
Go
for such a warm announcement about the show, about Spoon TV. It was really, really, just hype and everything else. So that you did an excellent job. Thank you for doing that.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's going on today, people? The show is gonna be powerful. James, you ready? You got your data?
James will be posting short quotations, you know. James has a way of creating a traffic towards the show. You know. Even if you were going different side, you have to come and check some way.
Provocative.
James does that so well.
Provocative.
Yeah.
And tonight, I hope my guys from the opposition will take the front seat.
Don't even start
Specifically
anywhere.
from the ANC, I hope they will take the front seat to do more analysis and
I will.
to inform their decision making.
Any attempt to attempt. Well, I use it, guy. What a guy been the late Christmas silly with his soul rest in peace. He used to
Any
say,
attempt.
so just be careful. Any attempt to attempt, you'll see. Lord, we're just thankful for today, for the laughter, really. It's going to be an awesome show. We're going to just recognize our viewers. We want to just tell you thank you for being here with us today. It's another fantastic, fascinating day. We are going to be announcing and calling your names just to tell you how much we appreciate you being here. You listened to Aaron. He told you how you can find the show. If you're on YouTube, we're on YouTube, James, right?
Yeah, we on YouTube. It's on the border.
Yes, definitely. We live on YouTube. We got the radio station, the TV channel, plus you got Facebook. So there's no excuse not to join the conversation about Liberia. A bit tired today. I was up in between, yesterday we had elections in the United States. So everybody was up trying to find out who won. Did we have our blue wave, which is the Democratic wave, or red wave? So depending on whose side you are supporting, Usually we get to know the results, around 11, 12 o'clock or so. And then they keep on announcing. I mean, they start announcing it right away. They start with the exit poll. When people are leaving, they ask you who you most likely voted for. And most people are honest. So they kind of start announcing the exit poll. It's not quite accurate, but it gives us a sense of who's winning and who's losing. And so, that was going on all night long last night. So I couldn't sleep because I really there wasn't nothing major going on in my state, but other state in terms of elections. I live in a Democratic state. New Jersey tend to be Democratic and win Democratic. A couple of times we went Republican. But nearby Pennsylvania was really huge. We had Dr. Oz, who he's the famous doctor. He was introduced to the world by Oprah Winfrey. And then we also have Fetterman, everyday guy, Irish guy who doesn't even wear a coat suit. He's dressed as he likes his t-shirt. And, he had some shortcomings in life, which was, in America, we talk about stroke. He had a stroke. In the last debate, that was the issue. How is he going to, manage his job? The Dr. Oz made an issue for him saying that he had a stroke. But he won. He pulled it off and he won. And we examined and we asked questions. People were asking questions about his stroke. Luckily he's in a country where he can get medical attention. He gets supported by awesome, excellent office staff. Where he can delegate responsibilities to do research on whatever he wants to tackle. So it's really great. I'm happy he won. I don't live in Pennsylvania, but I'm happy he won. I'm gonna wait for the rest of the panelists to come in to discuss, the Minnesota thing. I don't want to get into it right now. I think we should just reserve our thoughts and comments for everyone to have a say when they join us. But so I'm a little bit tired, but I want to, yes. Kef Hassan is here today. Kef, you can help us welcome some of our guests today. That would be great. They've been dying to hear from you. How you doing today, Kef?
Oh, wonderful, great.
Of
Great,
course you are.
great day.
Is there any day you do not doing well?
Yeah, some days, I'm a human. Some days, yeah. But today is a great day. We're having the minister on.
Oh, okay.
Explain the scorecard to our people. It's a great day. Election going on in this country last night.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys know I'm a Republican, so I do vote on issues. I do speak on the issues. So I'm for some Republican. I'm not for some. I'm for some Democrat. I'm a Reagan kind of Republican. So.
What does that mean? Tell us.
Well, Reagan is the only president that won beside Minnesota, every state in America, and he always sometime in the middle. So that's the kind of Republican. I supported Trump, but when he get off track, I decided to not support him. So I'm that kind of Republican. So that's why, because
I hope you're not supporting Walker versus Warnago. I hope you're not supporting Walker.
It's an interesting race down there, because some of the stuff that we consider as taboo in our politics, will some of us bring it up. That's in our race. They talk about their life. They talk about who's sponsoring abortion.
Mm-hmm. I remember. I am following.
The sexuality. They talk about in that race. So
it's very nasty.
yeah. In America, those things are there. But the key thing I took for the election for me in America here is folks are not buying the fake news. You know, the one of the things that I get away from the Trump train is the fake news. And the American people voted for one the Constitution. They talk about we want to uphold our democracy. Don't want it to be going in a different direction. That one of the things the American people voted for, and then and the other thing is culture issue. You know, so uh, inflation, the exit polling. A lot of people never talk about inflation in America. They talk about it, but they're debating the vote on cultural issue and to uphold the constitution of this country, and which the Trump and uh, uh, people were trying to do. You know, oh, they stole our election. They do this. All those fake news. They're doing this, and I took that. So like the American people, they vote against that. So I think it's a lesson to Liberia. I think it's a lesson to Liberia. The fake news will not fly these days with so many intelligent people that we have in the world, especially in Liberia. So if anybody listen to the American election, the Trump people lose. They lose because they lost because rather they lost because of the 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 way they were going. You know, the people who say, oh, they cheat us 2020, or they do this, they do that, and all those kind of fake news. You know, putting scary things out there. You know, like usually, you know, the scary things they put there. How what uh Donald Biden gonna do to this country and all that thing. You know, you know that scare tactics. That scare
Yep.
tactics.
There's a lot of
Tuesday
fear
tactics.
of immigrants.
Fear, yeah, all those things they bring. So the American people say we're not gonna allow this fake news. So I think Liberian, especially our politicians in Liberia, if you continue to send out news that is not fake news, the people gonna digest that news, and then when they look at it, they realize that the news is not true. Like for example, when Yeke keep talking about 200 million put in the pocket and go.
I think he misspoke. I don't think he meant to say that, Kev.
Yeah, but Yeke do have that history
He
of.
only said 2.5, probably 2.5 million.
Then he talk about the government take all the rest from off the market and carry behind the mansion, and he can prove it. So he turn around and say, "Oh, there are many people that black the mansion." You know those kind of things. So we have too much intelligent people in Liberia. You will keep saying those things, and people will get tired with that and say, "No, don't do that."
Well, I wanted to
And,
share.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to share information dissemination, which is what you're talking about, Kev. The difference sometimes in the United States is that we have the ability to fact check. You know, the people are they keep. I mean, it's like you can you can commit a crime in the United States and hide for only so long. I mean, if they really want to track you down, they will track you down because they are so good at somehow following paper trail. Would you agree with me, Kev? I think you would agree with
But
me.
what I'm talking about, you're right. But what I'm talking about,
On the other hand, on the
yeah,
other hand,
but
in in Liberia, other parts of the world, that is a challenge that we have, which is just kind of following the paper trail, trying to substantiate facts, okay, versus fiction. Like if I wanted to know any information here, it's just a matter of going on, like the information highway, get a couple of you know articles, call a couple of places, fact check things, but I find that's a challenge of mine sometimes, to be able to get that information. Like for example, you were talking about, do we know how much the president took with him on his trip? We don't know that. We don't know that. I mean,
Again, Dr. Richardson,
mhm.
you can make that argument. You say, okay, I want to know. But to come out and just make a story like there's a container of money behind the president home. When you come up with those stories, it seems kind of Trump thing. That's why some of us decide not to go along with that Trump trend. To
Yeah.
play that scare tactics. And that scare
But the
tactics.
thing about it, Kev, I don't mean to interrupt you, and welcome, Center. We'll start the show shortly. Um, you see, when you have transparency and openness, it makes it less likely for someone to come and just create these kind of scare tactics. Now, like someone can stand up and say, nobody's going to go for the fake news because we know better, Kev. You know better. You can just, you can go down to, any office in Washington, D.C. and get the facts. You've told me that before. I mean, remember we were traveling, I was worried about you, Kev. Kev said, don't worry about my sister. I'm just going to go get my passport. You sure did. Or whatever you had to do, you sure did. But that's the difference. Can we do that in our country and parts of the world? So somebody can come out and say anything, their reality, and it's hard to fact check. We got to scramble for information. We got to get better at that. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying our country has to get better at that.
The lawmaker who do have access to information better than other people. But he come up with stories. That's the thing we're talking about. Those stories that he come up with. Even here, you remember that we never had enough.
So, Kev, sorry to interrupt you. I think the minister should be in studio. Let's try to get this thing started. Okay. I want to say thank you very much for your point. But we got a lot of folks waiting on a wonderful show. We want to greet everyone accordingly. Minister Simon D. Toy. He's in studio. We do not want to waste his time or waste your time to all of our followers. Let's have some very serious conversation tonight concerning Liberia. Welcome, every one of you. Sorry, we will not call name individually because we just want to get into this business of discussion. Again, I would say to you, leaving off where you ended, Kev Hassan, this is why it is important that your information minister speak. This is why it is important that folks speak on those issues, making corruption, talking about the issue concerning the Liberian people want to hear, they want to learn, they want to know more. So if you have a government that the people are not speaking and being transparent enough, anyone will say what he or she want to say. And that's the problem. So we want to say to every one of you, we got Minister of Finance, Development and Planning, Samuel Tuat Jr. He's our guest tonight. We're going to start this quick announcement. What we'll be discussing on tonight, folks, what we'll be discussing on tonight, we will be discussing, these are our topics, the MCC scorecard, but we have other discussion. We'll discuss the MCC, we'll discuss legis, we'll discuss the president trip, we'll discuss Silver 7 getting paid, and we'll discuss the most recent one yesterday, information reaching us that this minister, Samuel D. he was arrested and taken to the Supreme Court. We have pictures that we will be showing you guys, and we gave Minister Tuer the chance to explain, to have some very, very serious conversation. I'm glad that Dr. Richardson is here. Kev Hassan will be joined by the rest of the team, that we can have a good interaction with Samuel Tuer. Please invite your friends, share the video, tell somebody that Samuel Tuer is in studio. Dr. Richardson, your 30-second intro, please.
Well, it's good to be here today. It's going to be a fascinating night. I want to congratulate Mr. Toy for coming into the studio to offer information to the Liberian people. We're going to have a myriad of discussions tonight, ranging from the MCC scorecard to lidges, to the elections next year, to roll phone, whatever. I wish that we have a great exchange of information, that it shouldn't be really like lecture type. I got a chance to witness um, Minister Tour speak, and there was a lot of lecturing going on. So I hope that we'll have the opportunity to ask him questions and have a good exchange, as opposed to him just lecturing Liberians.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Kev Hassan.
Uh, you know, one of the things I'm so proud of, the government, because of the level of transparency. To see the finance minister less than a week to come here to explain to the people uh, about the scorecard. And let me say that even when uh, the government failed last year, he appeared on our show to explain. So to see the level of transparency and the level of information coming out of this finance minister, I, I, I I think the Liberian people do do. Uh, I think they will agree with me that Minister Twe always in place to provide the information to the Liberian people. He's not shy of answering any question. He do rounds. Even when the government failed, he still do rounds. So the level of transparency and information from this minister, uh, I give him that kudos.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Kev Hassan. We'll be bringing Minister Twat. It's important for us to know we have our 1 minute to ask question. Not too long story, not too long history. Stick to their question. Even when the rest of the team join us tonight, we will let them know. Minister Twat have a minute 30 seconds to answer. If we have a follow up, we'll give the minister a chance to address our follow up. So let's bring in Minister of Finance, Development and Planning, Samuel D. Twat Jr. Thank you. Minister Twat, good evening. Where you are, good afternoon. I believe you are. All right. Hold on one minute. All right. I believe you're in the studio. You can hear us. We want to say good evening to you. Thank you for joining us tonight. We are very, very happy that you can join us tonight to discuss issue relevant to the MCC scorecard, legits, the Silver Seven, whether they're getting the pay, the president trip, national issues of different kind. We are here. We will hold you for 2 hours if you're allowed, and we'll give you the chance to speak to Liberians home and abroad. We want to say welcome to Spoon Talk again, and let's have a wonderful show.
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you, the Spoon family, for having me here again. These are interesting times in our country. It's always great to I hope to be here to share information with the Liberian people, the level of progress of the government, challenges that the country is confronted with, plans to overcome those challenges, ongoing issues. So it's a great opportunity to exchange. I heard Dr. Francine telling me I shouldn't lecture. I don't know. I don't lecture. I speak in plain terms and I speak in facts. Um, I think I'm a fan of a kind of public discourse that is fact based. What I do resent is that I see the public fed with a lot of misinformation, and it's unfair to our democracy when people are given wrong information. I think what we should be doing is dealing with the facts, but having different, maybe logic, different reasoning around a set of facts. I mean, that's what most mature democracies do. What I see us do in Liberia here is to just say 2 plus 2 is 7, and then people are having conversations around 2 plus 2 is 7. And sometimes the public then say, okay, maybe 2 plus 2 is 7 because Samuel Twelve said it's 7. I think it's unfair to people. I think knowledgeable people, reasonable people on Spoon and on ELBC, on OKFM, on all the networks who come should know that there's a common set of truths we should adhere to in our public discussion, no matter whether we like a politician, you like a government, doesn't matter. Fact is a fact, irrespective of whom you're speaking about. So I hope tonight can be a display of that, facts, truths, honesty, that's just fair discourse. That's why. So I'm not lecturing. And I want engagement. I mean, I want you to ask questions. I don't want to be seen like, I'm over talking you. I mean, if you have questions, I will answer them, and I will probably, my responses tonight would be shorter so that we have more time to ask any question. I've said this, there is no question that our administration would not ask. There is no question, absolutely, would not answer. We trade in questions, we answer them, we speak to the public. Somebody told me, at one point in time, somebody says the government doesn't put out a lot of information. And then today somebody said, oh, the Minister of Finance likes to talk and he's always on. So which is which then? Because Stanton just said the government doesn't put out a lot of information. Is that a fact? The Minister of Finance always loves to put out a lot of information, always loves to appear, and he's just talking all the time. So which is which? One of them has to be true, because when I talk, I put a lot of information or a lot of facts. So the public should receive that. But is it that when the minister puts out the information or a fact is discounted, and Stanton says that the public doesn't know about this? Maybe, I don't know. So hopefully we can navigate through all of this stuff. But there is a lot of information about the government that is out there. We live in an internet age, a digital age. We're no longer in 1970 where it took 2 months for information to reach Hapo or in Fuanchama. Today, information is all over. So there's just too much information about the government's success. Depending on which radio you're listening to, which network you're watching, it's out there. So I think we should give the government information infrastructure some credit. But what we do know now is that there are more persons who are deliberately bent on falsification. And that's what makes it look like the government is not putting information on, and the government is not going to be chasing everybody to correct every small lie there. So look forward to a great exchange with all of you guys. Yeah.
Thank you very much, the Minister of Finance, Minister Samuel D. Twelve Jr. We want to say we appreciate, as I said, the rest of the folks will be joining us shortly. But Dr. Richard Singh, your own brother, Kev Hassan, myself, we are glad to have you. Let's have a wonderful discussion. Well, we're going to keep the MCC scorecard a little bit in the middle of the conversation, because it is important that I want to give folks the chance. Once we pass the topic, we are not coming back. We got to honor you because you are our guest tonight and you are the Minister of Finance when you talk about the Republic of Liberia. Let's talk about the personal trip. Let's start off with the personal trip. It is important for us to do so. I want you to help, Liberians tonight, Minister Twelve. Talk to us a little bit if you can. Let me give you at least a minute, 30 seconds. What can you tell Liberian about the president trip? It was first announced 7 weeks. Now we're hearing the president want to cut his trip short to the 23rd of this month. So what can you tell Liberian tonight about the importance of this trip?
Thank you for the question, Santon. Presidents of countries have to ably represent their countries overseas. There are lots of international forums the presidents have to attend. When presidents attend, the aim is that they make representation to bring a lot of goodies back. It's not always the time. It's not always the case that it's about goodies. It's about national representation, because certain functions only call for the president. No minister can make that representation. So it's a legal obligation of the president. Historically, presidents in our country have made
Okay, we have an internet problem. Again, we hope we can. Aaron Kuban, that Richardson come in. The internet just skipped. We have to move the minister around. Apparently, but talk to us. The first question, the president trip, he was given an overview.
Yeah, I think we should be patient a little bit and wait for him to do that, so we can draw questions from what he says. But I thought it was interesting that he started saying that he's not going to lecture us, but then he went on for another 1 or 2 minutes to express his views and his. And I was wondering when he says, like Stanton says that the government is not transparent enough, but here I am, I come on, and I'm not exactly paraphrasing him. He said, "Yeah, I am, I come on and I speak and I talk and I give the facts." So I was confused. Is he the when he speaks? Is he the government? I just thought he was the minister of finance, and he speaks on what happened in his ministry. And so, you know, it's just interesting that a minister can just speak, see, like when he speaks for the entire government. So we shouldn't ask.
Yeah, we'll be asking a question. Let me see what's going on in the studio. But Kev, you can come in.
Yes, yes, Dr. Richardson, the Minister of Finance is like the human body, is the heart. So he represents the government. It's a key area in the government. So when he speak, yes, he speak for the government because it's very, very important. You have the information minister, yeah, you have a spokesman, but the Minister of Finance is a very, very important ministry. Very, very. It's the heart of the government. So when
I get that. But I just thought that, when I look at a government, I look at people playing different roles, different segments. I know that his role is important.
What we hear from the Minister of Finance.
Say that again. And so I expect him to say, when I speak about the financial status of the country, how the country. But I guess I didn't, and I still don't get the fact that when he's
the Minister of Finance can represent the country. He can go out there and speak for the
from
country.
a financial perspective, for that he doesn't overall represent.
For the financial perspective, yeah, but it's a very important ministry. So when he speak, it carry a huge weight.
So let me just announce real quick. They are reconnecting the internet trip. They are reconnecting. There will be Minister 12 will be coming back. Thank God the managers and the rest of our team at the station. But Dr. Richardson, though, why do we have an information minister? Why? I mean, I'm not saying that it's bad for Senator 12 to speak tonight, but if we're talking about information, dissemination, why do we have an information minister that is not speaking? Why do we have an information minister that cannot address the press, cannot address issues, especially current issues of importance? And the information minister will travel with the president, the information minister will sit with the president. And these are the things that we are talking about when we are saying that the government is not speaking. I'm not asking, some other ministers to speak, but that kind of badabok from Saddam Hussein days, we are not seeing it in Liberia. The one that will give you the information 24/7. But I believe that Aaron Kuban is backstage. He's working on this thing. Let's try to bring in Aaron. Are we good?
Yes, from my end, but let's try to. We are working on the minister, camera there. So
It's okay.
let's see.
You can let the minister sit in that seat, Aaron, for a minute, please. We gotta do this show. Let you guys change seat. Just stand back. The minister can sit in that seat, and let's do that. Forget the other one. Let the minister sit in that seat real quick while you work on his set. All right. Just change the name. Change the name, please. Guys, Minister Toy is in the studio. He will be coming back on shortly. Today's program is one of the biggest so far for this week. So we respect your opinion. Please be patient. We will be up shortly with more information. Simon Detoy is in the studio. Please be patient.
Yeah, for example, the MCC report. Who better to speak on it than the minister? I think it's a it's something we should be proud of. Who better to speak on the MCC report? Who better to speak on the economy? Who better to speak on the bread and butter issue? The minister of finance. He bring the information straight to you. So with the
Kev, the minister is coming back on. That's why we have him here. Let me see if we can bring in Minister Twe. Again, folks, sorry, we had a little technical issue. All right. This is Minister Twe. Hold on a minute. Minister Twe, can you hear us though? Can you unmute Aaron? Can you unmute him? Aaron. Mr. Toy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Did you switch seat with Aaron?
No.
Okay, so I see why. All right, we're gonna manage. Next time we'll just have to switch seat for. I mean, on the other computer, the internet always tripping. Sorry for the inconvenience. And my question. Let's go back to my question. The importance of the president trip. The importance of the president staying out of the country for 5 to 6 weeks. Can you talk to us, please?
So I was talking about the COP26 speech that the president made last year, and he's following up this year. And he has strategically positioned Liberia in a good spot. Liberia has about 45% of the forest reserve in the West African region, the Upper Guinean forest, it's called. But we've not really benefited from this stock of forest. The approach currently is to do conservation. The Norwegian government at some time gave us around 150 million over the last 6-7 years, maybe almost 10 years. And we're working in different kinds of small projects. The president got fed up with that and said, look, we need to move to carbon trading on the continent. And that team, since he made that, was met with resounding success in the international community. His officials of government, the Minister of Agriculture, myself, the EPA boss, others who've made international representations have followed up with the president on the president's message. So we're looking at frameworks now to change that. So it's very important that the president continues to hammer that so that the climate finance aspect that Liberia needs, climate financing Liberia needs, it can get. That's an important leg. The president then goes to, obviously, goes to Paris, where there's an international forum. Obviously, the relationship between France and Liberia is growing. It's at its highest under this president. Traditionally, France made Liberia, even though Liberia is an Anglophone country, because of President Weah, France did make Liberia one of its priority countries in 2018. They provided budget support. They've increased their support. The French Development Agency is currently looking at ways to ramp up its support. When I was away, I met the Director General. And so all of this is following through from the president's initiative, his visits there. Obviously, the president has a state visit in in Qatar, and he also used the opportunity to attend the World Cup. You know, the man is the former world best player. So every time FIFA invites him, now he has a grander stature as a president, but he has a state function. The Qatari government has a particularly unique relationship with the president, and they're looking to find ways to help Liberia's development. The president has a strong relationship with the Arab community. You know, obviously the hospital in Bapulu County, the 100-bed hospital. These governments, the government of Qatar is looking of ways to help with Liberia's development. So those are engagements that the president pursuing. I think recently it was reported in the news about 50 million support from the government of Hungary. So, you know, the president going away, it's a good thing for the country. You know, there are substantial benefits the country tend to accrue. We have to then follow ups after these visits. So everything cannot be done during the visit of the president, but when the president leaves, you know, ministers follow up, delegations come, many significant things do happen. So the Liberian people can rest assured that the president is in his international obligations and engagements currently, he's ably representing the country, but he's also engaged back home on the challenges of the country.
Thank you, Mr. Tway. Thank you very much for that overview. Welcome to the show, Morar. Minister Tway, let's just talk about this visit for at least for 10 minutes. Everybody will have the time to chip in. Was it necessary that the president stay out of the country for 7 weeks? Have you seen such a trip being made by any president in the history of Liberia, or since you've been alive, for the president to compile all these things and include the World Cup and stay out of the country for 7 weeks?
Okay, the way I see it, and again I say let's, you know, it's the Liberian people are there. Let's say the president has 7 visits. Let's say 7 trips, 7 visits to do. Let's say that, okay, and let the Liberian people say the president cannot miss any one of those. That's fine. So we hold those 2 correct. That he can't miss 5 visits in a row. So he has a choice to go to one and come back, go to the other and come back. I mean, and if the president went and came back, the criticism that would be, I mean, but does it make sense for the president to go 5 days and come back another 5 days to start? That would be the debate. So what we need to think about here is what is he doing? How look at the sequencing, the timeline between all of his trips.
Mr. Tway, do you include?
Hold on now. Yeah, so I'm presenting to the Liberian people now. He goes to Morocco and come back. He leaves. He goes back to. He comes back and then goes to what do you call it? Egypt. He comes back from Egypt. Then he goes to Paris, and then he goes to Paris and he comes back from Paris, and then he goes to Qatar, and then he comes back from Qatar. Then he goes to the United States. Is that what the Liberian people? Mr. Tway, let's break this down. These are the options that we have. Or you don't do that. Go come.
And give it one shot. That's what you're saying. You're saying that the president gave it one shot. But let's break this thing down, please, because we'll go into this thing. We got time. Let's break it down for a minute, though. The president left Monrovia into Morocco. You are the finance minister. I'm going to come to the end of this trip. What was the budget? When the president planned this trip, what did it give you? What is on paper? What was requested by the president thing? I mean, that this is what we want. Hold on, Minister. This is what we want for our trade. Talk to Liberian tonight. How much did the president ask you to make available for this trade?
The presidents have, according to the travel ordinance, presidents are entitled to per diems and incidentals. Those are standard rates. I don't, for all the president trip, I don't go through budget and say I'm. The technical people are in these ministries run their approvals. I approved sometime personally, sometime I'm not away. I'm away. They use my stamp and approve it. So,
did you approve this trip budget? Did you approve it?
Of course, I would. I approved it. Yeah, I approved.
Did you approve this trip budget? How much did you approve?
I was out of the country for some of the approvals.
Did you approve this trip budget?
I will not concatenate all those budgets. I'm not at that level of
I
the
understand,
detail
but
to
did
say,
you approve this trip budget,
yes.
Minister Toy? Did you approve this trip budget?
I will approve every budget that the government pays will have to be approved by the Ministry of Finance.
Correct.
Yes.
So you approved this trip budget, yes or no?
Yes, of course.
How much did you approve?
I'm saying that's not a question.
It is a question. How much did you approve for the president trip that he would spend 7 weeks out of the country?
How much did I approve for the president's trip?
Yes.
I can't give you that number. It's
Why?
I can't give you a number and say I approved that request. And no, I can't.
Why? Why can't you give it to? Why can't you tell the Liberian people tonight how much you approve?
No. Oh, the facts are there. I can tell you. I can look for that information and present it, but it's not something that I'm storing in my mind and looking at all the different.
You saw the numbers. You saw the numbers, didn't you? You saw the numbers. Before you signed on the paper, before you approved, Minister Tway, you saw the numbers. You saw the number. Was it $1? Was it $10? Was it $1 million? How much did you approve that the president should use on this trip?
Listen to me. The president has several legs of the trip. The president allowances are calculated on several different budgets, send different times, different levels of approvals because there are different legs. I wouldn't be able to. I would have to do that math and sit in all that technical detail.
Tell us about the first leg.
So
tell us only about the first leg. Let me consider. No, Minister, hold on now. Minister Tway. Thousands of Liberians, Minister Tway.
I don't know the
with
line
all
of
due
questioning.
respect, I got to move on to the others, guys. Thousands of Liberians listen to you, 10,000 of them. Minister Samuel D. Tway, Minister of Finance. How much did you approve for leg one? Morovia to Morocco. How much did you approve?
Listen, I do not sit on the president's approvals and say, like, you don't do that. The president has a trip. The Ministry of State makes the request through the channels of the government. The approvals are made on the calculations are made based on what the president is entitled to, and those budgets are paid. According to the 2016 ordinance, which we're using, besides per dimes and hotel flights, rates, presidents are entitled to daily allowance of 2,000. That's a standard calculation that the ministry uses. Ministers and heads of entities, I think, have their daily rates. So all these rates, depending on the number of days, they are calculated. The president's leave was entitled to 2,000 incidental per day. We're using President Salif's ordinance. Our government, for cost consideration, even though inflation has eating up all of those costs, we still are going by the 2016-2017 travel ordinance. So these travel offices in the different entities use these calculations and send their travel request. I'm not going to sit down on a budget
we are moving on to Dr. Richardson, but Minister. Before we do that,
so it's important for Nigerians to know that there are rules by which things are calculated.
Minister, on this show tonight, we'll be very fair and we respect our time. Chairman Ben Senvi, welcome to the show. But I will hold you on this, and Liberia should hold you on this. Liberian home and abroad should hold you on this. That you are not giving us, you as a finance minister, you are not giving us a projected amount, whether of the first leg, the second leg, the third leg of this personal trip. Are you confirming that? You are not telling them how much you signed for. You say you approve it. How much did you approve?
Stanton.
Yes, sir.
Stanton.
Yes, sir.
The Liberian budget is 784 million. The Minister of Finance signs, I think my people have calculated that, but I will check again. I don't know if we have tens of thousands of requests for payments every year. The number of requests that come to my office for approval. You are sitting here telling me that every time a minister requests or an agency requests for 30,000, 50,000, and all these things,
Don't you
the
think
number
it is
of trips the
important to
president has
know
made
how
for
much you
5
signed
years?
for?
You expect for me to keep that
It is
information in my
important?
head?
I am not asking you to give me
It is
information
unfair.
from
It
3
is an
years.
unfair
I am
question.
not asking you to
It is
give me
unfair.
information from 1 year ago. I'm asking you to give me
Of course.
information that you signed
I am
in the
not
month of
sitting at that level of
Listen, sir,
minutiae. I am not at that level of minutiae. The line of questioning is
the president took a trip from November 1st. On the first information, they were still out of the country up to the visit in Washington, D.C. You, Minister Twe, you said you approved the budget. You said it. Before you approved the budget, you went over the budget from like 1 to like 1 billion, whatever it will be. Hold on now. Hold on. How much did you see on the paper before you signed? Did you sign
I did not see anything. That's what I'm telling you. I did not see anything.
So what did you approve? What did you approve?
Oh, listen to me. Listen, the president request comes to the Ministry of Finance. I can be in Washington, D.C. and make approvals. Okay, my office staff sees the request and they say the president's traveling to this, and my job is to make sure you have to get the president where the president has to go, accelerate the processing, and to do that. Lots of paperwork, lots of things. I'm not going to be looking at all of that.
So explain the story right now. I got to move. Make the story easy for us. You are out of the country.
I don't know what the point is.
Minister,
I can't
Minister,
stay here.
We will get to the bottom of this today because Liberians want to know the truth. You were out of the country, we agree. You were out of the country, Minister. You are saying your office staff told you, and you can verbally approve these things. When you return to the country, did you go over the document? Did you go over the document? I don't need to.
Why am I going?
So you just approved something. When I get back to you saying you approved something that you didn't see? Are you saying you would make a document that you didn't read over?
Listen, I just told you that I don't come home and ask for all approvals and say, what are all the numbers that were approved? No. There are different budgets that the Ministry of State can send on any given travel. The per diems of all of these people, the per diem of the president.
We understand all that, Minister. We talk about this trip that took place on the 1st of November. Just tell us. You signed it. You said you approve it. Why can't you tell us?
I'm not going to take a number. I'm not going to take a number that I didn't. I can't call a number of head. I can't call a number of head.
I listen to you guys. We have Simon Twe in studio. He's the Minister of Finance. We're going to ask our question on the president trip. From there, we're going to go to the next topic. Dr. Francine Chinwe Richardson, please. Your two questions.
It appears that this is a pattern of you not wanting to answer how much money that you approved for the president's budget. On a previous show you are on, you refused to answer this question. You are also refusing to answer this question again. Do you not find that how much the president travels with is important, especially considering that Liberia is in like crisis right now with like rights crisis, corruption, and all of those things? Do you not find that's an important thing to know as a finance minister?
You're telling me that the representation the president is making, I should consider it not important. And my advice to the president should be that, Mr. President, don't go to the COP to make the case for Liberia. Don't go to Qatar, where the country stands to benefit in terms of road infrastructure and agriculture transformation. That to advise the president not to go to Paris to honor international obligations. I mean, the president's one trip at some point
Mr. Twe,
Abu Dhabi has
Mr.
landed.
Listen to me. Hold on, Dr. Richardson. Let you finish. Hold on, let you finish.
Yeah. Has landed you 100-bed hospital in Bapulu. The cost of that 100-bed hospital, the benefit that means to the people of Liberia, that avails to the people of Liberia, is an example of why. So Minister of Finance, no minister can ask a president not to take a trip. Yes, there are emergencies and there are challenges in the country. The president is engaged while he's away to resolving these challenges. It's not like the president goes away and he's not running the country. If you're sending that picture, then that's a wrong picture to send. The correct picture to send is that the president is ably representing the country. If the president doesn't travel at all, It will be seen by the international community, but he doesn't honor his obligation. And Liberians will be saying, but why our president doesn't go anywhere? Why
Thank you,
does this
Minister Twelve.
president not go anywhere? What is he
Thank you,
afraid of?
Minister Twelve.
That
We
would be
got
the
to give her the chance
conversation.
to ask a
And the
second
president
question. Dr. Richardson, please.
Minister Tway, you did not answer my question at all. You went on a rampant with what you thought I asked you. My question to you is that this is a pattern of you not answering. What was the budget for the
That
president?
is not,
On a previous,
that is not true.
excuse me, Minister Tway, please give me the honor to ask my question, please. All right, thank you. On a previous show, you were asked this question and you didn't answer. You were asked what's the president's budget. I'm surprised that you're not on TJ Maxx show when you were on ERBC. I watched that interview. You should know that we were going to be asked. Well, that's not the issue right now. Okay, listen.
I was never asked this question.
Listen. Okay, if you feel like you do not know the answer to how much you give the president to travel, then say that you don't know the answer, especially in the eyes of Liberians who are currently suffering, that you can take any amount of money and give to the president to travel and not know how much it is. Yeah, Liberians don't have food to eat. They don't have electricity, but we can give any amount of money to the president to travel. That's what I wanted to point out here to you. But if you don't know the answer to it, you don't know the answer to it. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Kev Hassan, your two questions.
So I need to respond to that.
Please do.
You cannot say I give the president any amount of money. I've told you, presidents, ministers have their entitlements under travel ordinance. Those calculations are made when travels are made across agencies. Thousands of those requests are made to the Ministry of Finance. If you want the Minister of Finance to be memorizing multiple requests, the Minister of Finance is not at that level. He's not at that level of minutiae. And that's it. I've just told you, the president's entitled to $2,000 every day. That's what's important for the public to know. As incidental, every day he gets $2,000 under the 2016 ordinance. When we change that ordinance for inflation, maybe we'll increase that because prices have changed. Recently, ministers have been complaining that they believe that I don't fund their travels enough because we're giving them money that is way below the cost in Washington and all of that. I have said we will stay with the ordinance for cost purposes and for challenges the country is facing. That has been my argument. That's what the Liberian people need to know.
No, that's not correct, Minister. That's not what the Liberian people need to know. The Liberian people need to know how much you approve for the president trip. But we got to move on. You just said the president make $2,000 a day. That would be $46,000 if the president was still under the contract of the 23rd. That would be $46,000. But we got to go. When?
But you're not expecting to rattle it here on the show when I have not sat to do all of that. No, the information is available. But I cannot stay on the show and call a number, and then when we make the information publicly available, you come and say, "Oh, the minister." These are many people.
Minister Twelve, let's move on, sir. That's not fair. You are the minister. We've been asking for this document since the 1st of November. Eugene Lin Nangwe, the commissioner, came on the show. We asked him. We got a clip. You heard. You watched the show. Be fair to Liberia tonight because you are a Liberian. But let's move on. We got more to go. Kev Hassan, please.
Mr. Twelve, Eugene Lambert came on the show and he explained it, and he said the president trip from Bolivia to Morocco is free, $0. So we now know that there's 0 cents the government spent on that. So we should not be talking about because Eugene Ambe, who on the trip, including hotel, including food, all was paid for by the Moroccan government. That $0 come from the government. But one thing I want you to explain, sometimes it baffles me when people focus just on what the government is spending. I want you to explain what the government and of Liberia, what the Liberian people will gain from this trip. We all know the hospital in Bapolo, the people of Bapolo, Liberia are going to enjoy on that. They're going to save lives. That's a lot of money, 100 bedroom. So what I see folks are focusing on, how much the president spending. And when you look at what the president trip in the past and the gain, we know that Liberia gained from how the president from the past trip. Explain this trip. What you talk about 50 million, and I'm sure the president not using 50 million on this trip. So please explain to the Liberian people the gain, the net gain versus what we spending.
It is an unfortunate waste of the public's time if we will spend 2 hours of this show with the litany of issues we have to discuss and fuss over the particularities of a trip number that can be ascertained maybe subsequently through a public document, and where the public knows that the president has entitlement to travel and the public has to pay for that, and particularly where those costs are immaterial, insignificant to the benefits, one of which I said was the 100-bedroom hospital. So many. That hospital alone can pay for the president's trip in probably 50 lifetimes. 50 lifetimes. If the president were president every day, every year for 50 lifetimes, he served as, he lives up to 90 years and he comes 50 times. The cost of that hospital will cover that trip. All his trips that he would make over those 50 lifetimes. And we focus on Spoon discussion tonight. When you say you have many issues, to talk about that, when the Liberian people know that the president's benefits, the benefits of his trips are significantly, in millions of light years higher than the small cost that he uses to go, and the show becomes, the trip cost becomes the centerpiece of tonight's show, we waste the public time. Stanton, it's a misuse of Spoon Network.
I don't think you're right. I think you are totally wrong.
No,
the Liberian
I'm not.
Know,
so
did you give the
we
president?
We can go ahead one more hour.
Did you give
just
the
this
president?
one issue?
Did you, Simon Toy, give the president a blank check?
The president is the president of the Republic of Liberia. Ministers don't give presidents blank check.
But then tell us,
president trips
how much you approved? We're going to move on. But how much did you approve?
No, we can stay on it. We can stay on it for 6 hours. I'm quite open to staying on it.
It's not an accurate thing to say that the president traveled all of the country for 7 weeks, and you can tell the Liberian people how much you approve. You are the Minister of Finance, for the sake of good heaven.
I cannot tell the Liberian people the request every day that comes to the Ministry of Finance and all that.
I'm not asking for the request from ministry. I'm asking you, Minister Tway, how much did you approve for President? We have recent, most current
I have answered that question severally.
You did it.
We can lavish the show's time on that line of questioning that is evidently not going anywhere.
Minister Tway, this is
because the Liberian people know.
You must tell the Liberian people how much you approve.
I have told the Liberian people the facts. The Liberian people's president, the Liberian people's president is entitled to travel. He's entitled to emoluments from the trip, his per diem, his daily allowances, and his incidental, as are any member that he carry. They multiply that by number of days, and that number is there. And I'm not going to sit and be particular about this minister traveling.
Since you want to do that, how many members the president have?
Why have you not asked me why?
How many members the president took with him?
Why have you not asked me why?
I won't ask you what you want me to ask me. I won't ask you what you want me to ask you. I will ask you what the Liberian people want me to ask you.
Listen to me.
Mariah,
you will not have me say something.
Mariah,
you will not have me provide a number that is not firm in my head that I have to calculate you will not have me do that either. If that's what you're trying to have me do, when I
Mariah,
give you a number, it means
can you
I
please
must
answer the
photo with
question?
details added
Sorry, can I
all
ask
the
my
days
question
and all
now?
of that. I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
So it's
I
a waste
think
of the show's time.
I think it's a waste of the Liberian people's time that you're even on the show tonight. And I think it's disrespectful to the Liberian people who you serve, to the people whose money you use to help run government, to sit on the show tonight and refuse to give them numbers and be accountable to them in terms of how you're spending their money. And I think it's disrespectful to the Liberian people. But let's get to the questions. You mentioned the president's bilateral discussions on his Qatar trip to include road infrastructure and agriculture and other benefits. However, the president's letter to the legislature did not include any of such when he mentioned his visit to Qatar. It was specifically about the World Cup. Can you tell us who we should be believing, whether it's you or whether it's the president? And if we should be believing you, can you state for the record that the president intentionally withheld prudent information from the legislature and the Liberian people by not disclosing these bilateral meetings in Qatar as you stated on the show? Or are you misrepresenting the president's visit in Qatar?
I am privy to conversations begun by the president relative to the government of Qatar. I will be making a trip very soon on infrastructure development based on some of those conversations. I have a trip scheduled this month to talk infrastructure.
This is
And
not about your
so-
trip, it's about the president's trip. We
No,
didn't
no,
ask
I'm
about
just
it.
telling you that the work we do follows from the engagements that the president
So are you
makes
saying the
with
president
the
withheld
external world.
information from the legislature in his letter?
No,
to
I
them?
am not. You cannot tell me what to say that the
I'm
president would
asking
have.
you, I'm not telling you what to say.
Mariah.
I'm asking you,
You
did the
cannot
president
impute. Listen,
really
do
disclose
not be
this
rude.
information that you're
Do not
providing?
display rudeness to me. You are a lady. You should
Stanton,
respect your.
can you control your guest?
Mariah, can you give him the chance that he answer, and you will come
Did you
back?
listen to him talking
I
I will
about
not
actually?
be
We will
disrespected
address
on
him,
the show,
Mariah.
Stanton.
We will not
Stanton, I will
display
not
any
be. I will
form.
not.
We will not
I will.
display any form
I
of
will not be
rudeness.
disrespected
We are
on the
all
show.
metro, and I believe Mariah's
Okay,
question
so
is not
if she
rudeness.
asks the question, I will answer the question. She will not require me to answer the question the way she wants me to answer the question.
Can you please proceed with the answer, and she will come back and ask
And she
another
cannot
question.
impute motives to me. She
Can
should
you
not
please
insult
proceed?
me.
Can you please
And please
proceed
don't
with the answer?
characterize her question as rudeness, please.
Okay. Can you please proceed? We have to show some mutual respect on the program, please.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead,
I
Mr.
think
Twain.
you have to accord your guest the respect that they deserve.
Minister Twain, to her question, can you answer? And she will ask another
I've answered
question.
the question. I've answered the question.
Okay, Mariah, can
I've
you
said
please come with a second question?
the president is making representation. He's in Qatar and he is holding talks with the government in Qatar. That he wrote a letter saying one thing, that's fine. That's the letter the president wrote. If you stretch that and impute motives to say that because it's not on the letter and I'm saying something that I'm aware of, that the president has wonderful relationship with the government in Qatar and extensive discussions are ongoing on a number of things to which I'm privy, and then you want to impute motives to say, oh, I am implying that the president is deceiving or withholding information from the Liberian people, you have your freedom to say that, but don't impute that motive to me. It's disrespectful. It's preposterous.
Mariah, can you proceed?
I think you're being obnoxious when you sit on this show and try to not answer the questions being asked. And I'm not sure whether it's your own understanding of what the question was or your preconceived notion as to what your response would be. But I clearly asked, did the president intentionally withhold information from the legislature that you're claiming to know on the show? And the fact you've answered, let me speak. And the fact that you've not answered that question and you insist that the president is having bilateral discussions with the government of Qatar that the legislature has not been informed about, even though he did write about his trip, clearly speaks to the fact that the president withheld information from the legislature and the Liberian people as to the purpose of his visit to Qatar. And that is the information that we have. Whether you see it as imputing motives, you sat on the show and spoke about what the president is doing in Qatar when the president himself did not speak about it. So you should be asking yourself, why are you contradicting what the president wrote in his letter? My second question to you is, you sat on the show as well and said, sometimes when you're out of the country, people use your stamps to approve budgets and requests. Who are these people that are using your stamps in your absence to approve requests for money from the Liberian people?
When I travel out of the country, I have to approve payments. Even though the deputy minister acts, he's acting, those approvals still run through my office and they go on to him. So when I leave the country, I'm still in charge of the ministry in coordination with the deputy minister of fiscal affairs. So all requests will come to me, the Minister of Finance office, and it's sent down to the deputy minister. So those approvals are made
in your absence.
No, I have my office stamp. I have my office stamp. The deputy minister will require that it's approved by my office before he acts on that.
So the deputy minister is using your signature
That's my
stamp.
requirement. No, I have my office. I'm telling you that my office has a stamp. My stamp of approval in my absence.
So
they have
you
to see that.
So let's understand.
What am I telling them? I'm telling the Liberian people simple thing that you cannot understand. If the Minister of Finance is not in the country, and somebody asks for 10,000. Yeah, if the Minister of Finance is not in the country and somebody's agency is requesting $10,000, the minister's office will give that approval and send it down for processing.
In the absence of the minister.
But that is correct. I will not hold the country's finances because I'm not.
When you're out of the country?
The approval still runs through my office and goes to the acting minister. Simple.
And so the minister. No, Stanton, this is important because this is
important, but so let's make let me point that.
I just want to be clear.
These are what are these?
What this is doing.
We're talking about the president's trip, and the show is being distracted.
I am still speaking.
We're wasting time.
Minister, please.
You're talking about disbursement.
Mariah, learn the last question. You have the time. Go ahead.
We're talking about disbursement of the Liberian people's money, not your personal money. And the fact that you as Minister of Finance has to sign your signature on these requests approving them. And when you leave the country, there's an acting minister who is acting in that capacity, but you sit on the show and said in your absence, sometimes people use your signature stamp to approve requests for funding. And I'm asking you, who are these people? And you said it comes to your office and it goes down to the deputy minister office. Can you be clear to the Liberian people? Because what this seems as though is you exerting plausible deniability in times when a document is signed with your signature. You could say, oh, I wasn't in country and someone used my signature stamp. So can you tell the Liberian people who's authorized in your absence to use your signature stamp to disburse their money?
Thank you, Mariah. Minister Toy.
The beauty of this conversation is that even though there is an acting minister of finance, who is the deputy minister of fiscal affairs when the minister is out of the country, what the Liberian people are learning of is that minister of finance doesn't have the authority to approve without the minister knowing. So I'm glad that you're bringing that fact to the Liberian people. Because if they were the other way around, you would have been saying, oh, Mr. Minister, are you telling me that because you're out of the country and the deputy minister can just approve $200,000, $10 million since he's acting minister, and you would claim that you don't know about it since he is the acting minister, and so the acting minister definitely can take your power temporarily and cause havoc in the country without you knowing, because that approval right has been given to him. What I'm telling you today is that when the minister is out of the country, he retains his approval right. But I'm not there physically. So we have a system in place where if Mr. Watercoley is carrying out instruction, it must reach my approval while it's going down to him to execute. In that way, I'm still involved.
So you
What
are
you
very
want me
clear.
to have done?
You are
No,
very
no,
clear
it's
with
not.
your
It's not. I
answer.
gotta make it clearer. I've got to make it clearer. She has to understand this. What you wanted me
No,
to
not
say
me,
was that
librarian people.
since
Go ahead,
I'm not
Minister.
in the country, I should delegate the signing powers to the Deputy Minister of Fiscal Affairs, who then becomes the minister and can sign a $10 million check and doesn't have to tell the minister. And if anything goes wrong, the minister can say, you know what, I did not sign that. So technically it's on top, it's Minister Watercoley's. What I'm saying, I bear full responsibility for anything that comes out of the Ministry of Finance, whether I'm in country or I'm out country. And the way to do it is that since sometimes I may not be reachable, they contact me by phone, by WhatsApp, they send me documents, and I say, use my stamp, and I'm aware of this, and we maintain the track record. And the minister, the deputy minister, takes it from there. He goes into the detail. If he has further
Thank you,
questions,
Minister.
he
Thank you,
then
Minister
calls me
Twag.
back. Hold on. He calls
Minister
me
Twag.
back and says, Minister,
Oh, he
even though you
asked about it.
this, I think there is a small problem with this, Mr. Minister. So can we hold on this yet? And I will say, okay, use your judgment and then advise me appropriately. That's how we run the ministry.
Thank you,
That's how
Minister
we run
Twag.
government.
Let me bring in. Thank you, Minister
you
Twag.
use
Chairman
the
Ben Sammy.
I hope that
Chairman
was
Ben
helpful
Sammy.
to you, Mariah.
Minister,
I hope that was
Minister
helpful
Twag,
to you.
Minister Twag, it is helpful and it will always be helpful when you speak to the
Every
librarian
question
people.
I ask is helpful to the librarian people.
Chairman Ben Sammy.
Thank you.
Guys, since somebody just joining us, we are talking about the president trip. From there, we're going to go to the MCC scorecard. Chairman, your 2 questions.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. It's good to see you. Let me ask you a question. Taking into consideration with everything that is going on, you rightly said it. There are emergencies in the in the country. The different issues that the country is battling with, whether it's the rights issue that was recently happening. I don't know how far that is gone, but we will ask you a little more. There is liges. There are people protesting for the salary. The enumerators are protesting. There's just several moving parts of what's going on in the country. Don't you think it would have been? And I'm asking you because I believe you're one of the president's closest advisors. Don't you think it would have been wise for the president to have delegated people to attend some of these meetings rather than staying out of the country for, I believe, 4 or 5 weeks? Because I think if he's gone from the 1st to the 23rd, per the letter that I have in front of me, don't you think that would have been a good, a much more acceptable engagement for the people? And while you at it, can you please tell me what direct benefit as far as the Paris Peace Forum, because I'm looking at the president letter, he said he's going to be attending the Paris Peace Forum. What is going to be the direct benefit? What are some of the benefits we're going to be getting from the Paris Peace Forum? Because I know he attended it the last year also.
To the first question, the president was in country when the rice crisis was to a head.
True.
The president was in country. He was not out of the country. He was in Liberia when the rice crisis was to a head. He did say that there's rice in the country, and he was correct. Because of the distortion in the price, because of the government's policy of keeping the price at 13 or 13.50, and the fact that price in the region has gone up and opportunities for arbitrage, as I said on EABC, had existed, it put pressure on our buffer stock and all of that. It created an incentive for people to want to hold to gain from that arbitrage. So the evidence is that rice was there, but people wanted to sell it at a higher cost. They were finagling with the market. He was there. He went through that situation. He set up a rice stabilization committee. The Rice Stabilization Committee has had more than 7 meetings. It has met importers. It has met Liberia Marketing Association. It has met informal traders. It has met experts. All right. It's had a number of meetings. I sit on those meetings. While I was away, I didn't sit on some of them. I've sat on 3 or 4 of those meetings since I returned to the country. That committee is about to table a report to the president on rice. Does the president have to be here to do all of that? The extraordinary extent of consultations happening across on this issue, bringing in people in the executive mansion, bringing them out. The meeting with the importers was important, was extensive. It covered a whole lot of ground. The president did not chair that meeting. The acting chair of the Minister of State presided over that meeting. The acting chair of the cabinet, Frank Musa, Dean Councillor, was there. I was there. The important cabinet members, the Minister of Commerce, Minister of Agriculture, the president cabinet on top of the issue. So there was no visible crisis out here that would say the Liberia was falling, and so the president left the country in turmoil. The president didn't leave. When the president left, the tension had subsided. Rice had come in, more rice is coming. The key issue then there for consideration is that what is the sustainable solution? Not okay, your tempos are down, you've stabilized it. But do you have a solution for 3 months from now, for 1 year from now? And that's what the Rice Stabilization Committee is doing under the leadership of the president. Ministers are on the phone with the president, telling him what they are finding, and he's advising, and we are consulting running the government. So if the impression is that the president left the country burning, I'm sorry to disappoint, but that is not the case, Ben. And that's what detractors want to portray out there, that this is a president who doesn't care. We'll come to the latest issue. The president has issued a proclamation for census to be held on Friday. Enumerators are being trained. We will not allow distractions around protests here, politicization of these issues to distract from the holding of the census. What some are doing is to blow out the minutiae of the small issues that are happening. But I can tell you, 592 persons were supposed to be paid. 500 of them were paid. 92 of them were not paid because they either did not have the credit limit on their mobile money, so their payment bounced, or they were sending names different from their name, so the banks would not allow that. But it's 92 out of 592. Let somebody in Tubman High or Len Miller do the math and say 500 over 592. What percent is that? Later on, we get the percent, but I want the high school kids to do that math so they know what percent of the people were paid, and this conversation is around the 92.
Thank you, Minister Twaye. Minister Twaye, thank you. We come to Legis. We are not Minister Twaye, come down. We will come to Legis. Ben asked you an open question. No. Ben asked you an open question based on the precedent trade. We got a lot of questions on Legis. Ben, can you ask your second question? We got to move on.
I want to go back to the reason I asked is because, Minister Twaye, whether we want to, I understand you're saying, yes, the president is on top of these things, but there are protests. People are seeing protests, right? Yesterday, there was a protest, I think, in Buchanan with people cooking on the street. All these different things are happening. That's the reason I ask you, as a senior advisor to this president, don't you think it would have been the most comfortable or the wise thing to do? Because sometimes with the president on the ground, it may be able to move things a little faster. That's why I asked you, don't you think he could have delegated?
No, the president has been on the ground, Ben, and people have protested.
Yeah, but
people
what I'm
have protested while the president has been in the country. We know that.
What I'm saying,
have protested.
The reason,
so whether the president is in the country or the president is out of the country, people will protest. But it doesn't mean that because people are protesting, so the president, look, we in the government, we have the information. We know
right? the magnitude, man.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
we know
the magnitude of these things.
So let me ask you my last question.
No, I'm just saying the reason I'm going this way, Ben, is to say the latest crisis is politically blown up than it actually is.
We will come to Legis because you cannot skip that one question. Let's stick to this. We will come, Minister Twaye, we get a lot of questions on Legis. We'll come to Legis. Ben, ask your last question, please.
So my last question is, I will bring it back to the one I asked earlier regarding the direct benefit. The Peace Forum right? The Paris Peace Forum. The president attended it the last year. I remember that because I saw it on the. I'm trying to understand, like, okay, first of all, what is the Peace Forum? I know I've read about it. I'm speaking for those out there who haven't seen it. What is the direct benefit of having the president of Liberia at this forum?
Look, it's not.
At this
Listen,
Paris Peace
it's not.
Forum?
Listen, Ben. I don't know if you've read international relations. When presidents go to the African Union, President Kagame, President Ouattara, when all these 50 presidents go to the African Union, we used to call it OAU. When they leave there, do they bring millions of dollars back home? It's not all the international trips that the president will go and bring bags of money or development necessarily. The importance of these trips is that they are for presidents to make the case among global leaders, to have side discussions. The discussions that go on between President Macron and President Weah when the president is in Paris. We don't come to the public to say that. We don't come to the public to announce that the president and Macron were talking about this thing. Do you know the extent of the conversation? We know. The president had to be in Paris for this Paris Forum, but he also has wonderful opportunities one-on-one with President Macron to talk about global and international issues that are affecting Liberia. Macron is a G7 president. The two people speak French about the concerns and the challenges Liberia make, and you think President Weah will lose that opportunity to go and sit with President Macron to talk about investments in Liberia and to talk about challenges or problems Liberia facing, whatever those problems are?
Thank you. Thank
because
you,
if he's speaking at the Peace Forum, he's going to bring back an airplane.
Thank you very much. Senator George, can you come in?
Good to see you, Minister Twa. I'll come back to Chairman's
George
in a different form. Okay. In the midst of all the crisis in Liberia, as people saying, the recently the rights issue and so forth. Do you think? I mean, especially you are very seasoned economist, you think it would have been the good thing to advise the president that instead of taking a delegation of a large delegation to the meeting in Morocco, should have maybe cut the delegation down and send people to represent the government of Liberia at the various meetings he's supposed to be attending, instead of carrying the big delegation and for that length of time. Did you advise the president, or do you think it was a good thing to have advised the president?
There's not a whole lot of ministers driving with the president. How large is that delegation? I mean, right? How many ministers? The ministers that travel with the president are engaging in bilateral with their counterparts. They're not more than 6 or 7 ministers traveling with the president. So the ministerial delegation is not large. I don't, And again, we're missing the point when the show is preoccupied, Timberlane, Stanton, that okay, the president carried too many people. Okay, maybe the president trip. How much? I mean, somebody listening to us and saying, what do the people talk about in Liberia? Oh, the country is blowing up. No, the opposition or maybe political people want the perception out there that the country is in crisis. Liberia is not in crisis. Liberia is a macroeconomic exception as we speak. It is the standard. I have an IMF mission in the country right now, and everybody is wondering why inflation is stable in Liberia, why exchange rate has remained stable over the last 2 years. What has George Weah done? Are you kidding me? And then, Ghanaians are protesting for macroeconomic reasons. Sierra Leonean, the price of rice in Sierra Leone is $50. We've been keeping it down. Why is the price of bag of rice $50 in Sierra Leone, in Liberia? Even if you say it's $16 or whatever, why is that disparity? What are Liberians doing differently? That's the question people are asking. Investors are calling and saying, why is Liberia doing better? What are you guys doing?
So, George, you have a second question?
Residing over
Minister Twa, thank you very much. Sentimani, do you have a second question on this?
I think, as I said, the show is breaking down into segments, so we'll discuss.
Thank you very much, Sentimani and Josh. Minister Twa, we're going to move on to the
substantive segment.
Minister Twa, I'm going to close this thing real quick. Do you have any document that made this pay for the president private jet to Morocco? Do you have any document to that?
Do I have what?
Any document
that made
to show the Liberian people? So Eugene Lane said the host of the program in Morocco, May Days, They pay for the president hotel. They pay for the president the food he ate. No. Hold on, it's important. I got to ask this. They pay for the private jet.
That's
Do you have any document to prove that those things were paid for by the host country?
Here's the problem.
Yes or no?
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that question.
What's the problem?
Here's the problem with that question. These arrangements are being made as the president is out. You want me to have a physical document before I come on the show. Mr. Nyangwe made the point. What you need to tell the Liberian people, Mr. Minister, would you be able to share that document when we ask for that? Can
you
the
will
government
never do it, man. You've been promising to share document. You never did that.
Oh, no.
Let's just move on, man.
Minister stay on the show here.
You know what? It's just a disappointment even to ask you the question because you can't give us a budget.
Here's what you want me to do right now.
But let's go ahead real quick.
Here's what you want me to do.
Later.
Show a piece of paper and say I have that document.
Minister
show with volumes of paper.
Minister Twain, exactly. I will say to you, we will discuss this thing, and you will not give us anything. When you promise us that you will share, you won't share it. So let's just, it's just kind of the
paper was there after the fact.
Listen,
let's move on.
If you want document request from the government, you request the document, the government will provide the document. But if you want me to go into the government folders now and find the document on the show, I'm sorry, I'll disappoint you in that sense.
Minister Twain, you are the minister on record. You cannot tell the Liberian people.
I provide the assurance and provide the facts to
the Liberian people how much you approve for the president trade. You are on record. You approve it.
That information will be provided.
Okay. Let me ask you this question.
It's important the Liberian people understand that when a country invites you and taking care of all of your expenses, they put that in the letter to state for the record.
And let me ask as we move to Legis or MCC, I will ask you this question. I'm not even going to talk about the World Cup because I know you guys paying for the president trip to the World Cup, he and his folks. Let me ask you this question. Let's talk about Legis. We'll make the MCC last. Minister Toy, you've been on the show before. Wilmer Smith, Lawrence George, the rest of them. The back and forth with Legis. The enumerators are a lot of protests all over the country. We are seeing that. I'm going to play some of them for you. You just said you pay 592, and folks are saying you are wrong. Those are not the enumerators that are out there that you saying you pay. Can you be very clear about the 592 folks that you say you pay? Let's give you the chance a minute, 30 seconds to talk to Liberian tonight about the reason why you think it is important to have the census and why are all the demonstration. Lawmakers are saying they are not ready for census. Individuals are saying they are not getting paid. Have your time. Talk to the Liberian people tonight.
What I'll tell the Liberian people is that the census is on course. There have been some issues associated with the census. I will not tell the Liberian people there have not been some issues, but those issues are being resolved. Some of those issues are about payment. I just gave one instance. I'm not saying all the people who are supposed to be paid are 592. I'm giving you a particular category of people. I think they were called TOT or something.
TOT,
592. The information we received was that 500 have been paid, were paid. 92 were not paid because they did not have the required credit. So somebody's credit limit was 200, and the government or Legis was trying to provide 400 or 500. The mobile money would not go through. So somebody's name was Samuel Twain, but then Samuel Twain said, pay the money to Stanton Peabody. That payment will bounce. So 92 of those instances. So we can stay here and blow 92 out, the 92% in that category will not pay and say, oh, but then the census is a flop. It's unfair to the country. The other categories of payers pertain to the 29. First of all, the 29,000 people who applied online. Out of that, about 17,000 people were recruited and they were trained and they are supposed to be paid. There is a budget. That payment, some of that payment is supposed to be made for transport before. Other parts of that payment have to be made later on in the year. I think November 9, different times. So there are payment periods that are set. Maybe the expectation is that all monies were given to people at the beginning. No, that is not what I was told by the United Nations for Population Fund, by other members of the party, and by Legis. No, they had a prearranged structure on how these payments were supposed to be made. Okay. Then there were instances of where some people may have provided food, or some people may have entered that list, but were deemed not to have entered the correct way. But they did spend some time training, but the legislative budget was not going to
Let me
consider
ask you
them.
a question, Minister Tway, as we move on this legis issue. The 592, do you have any document as to how many of them receive payment?
I've
Because
been
you say you
informed
received a
that
report.
500 were paid. I was informed that 500 were paid.
Your
And I asked why 92 were not paid, and they said they gave me these two reasons. And I said, okay, but if the can we talk to the telcos to automatically, extend their
you were
credit?
informed.
So irrespective of,
Let me be clear, Minister. My own answer to the question. Sure. The guys got to come in. Let's stick with the 592, not the 17,000. Not the 17,100 and how many I did 17,071. No, let's stick with 592. The 592, all of the 592. I'm going to ask you. You say you were informed. Verbal information.
500 was paid.
No, hold on now.
500 was paid as.
Hold on. Did you see anything on paper that 500 of those 592 were paid?
Oh, the steering committee, the technical committee of legislatures, I would.
You are the chairman on the board. Did you see? You are the chairman on the board. Did you see anything on paper that 500 all of the 592 were paid?
Well,
I want to give you some information.
Hold on. I do not believe that the United Nations Population Fund would deceive me when they say 500 of those people were paid and that 92 of them were not paid. So we have mutual respect for colleagues, and if they're providing me information, I trust the credibility of the information. What we were dealing with was the 92 that were not paid.
So again,
these are mobile money. These are mobile money sent to 500.
They are listening. They are listening to you. I will give you the chance to help Library Internet. Did you see anything on any paper that 500 out of the 592 were paid?
Well, these are mobile money payments. So these payments go to 500 persons in 15 counties across the country. 500 different
documentation, Minister Tway. So tell Librarians tonight.
I didn't ask for that. I take
you
for a
didn't
fact.
Ask for that. You are the finance minister. You are the chairman on the board when it comes to legis. You are telling Librarian tonight you didn't ask for that, but you believe what people said to you.
Is it the doubt that the 500 people were not paid? Then let's get to the question.
No. I want to hold you on record.
No, you can't hold me down. You have to hold me that 500 people were not paid.
I want to hold you on record because you are the chairman on the board. When all this mess is happening at legis, you're giving us information, and now you are saying you didn't see anything on paper. Let me say this to you. 375 of those 592 that will receive a dime. Minister, let's be serious with Library tonight. This is unfortunate. You are the chairman on the board, sir. 375 of the 592 that will receive a dime. That's why I'm
getting your information from?
And I wanted you to
where are you getting your information from?
No, I'm not giving you my sources. Don't do that. I got more information to give you tonight.
So you deal with sources.
I got documents to show you. Minister Twes, slow down. I have documents to show you. Don't do this to Library, man, please. All of the 592. The reason why those folks are out there demonstrating, 375 didn't receive a dime. We are not even talking about the 17,071 individual yet. We will come to that. Let me bring in my colleagues. They can ask a question. That's what Richardson.
So I want to just make a comment. I'll be quick before I go into my question. I find it very interesting that Minister Twist started the show saying that he believes in facts, but he's here not giving us any facts at all. He didn't come with any documentation to present to the Liberian people. To me, I think it's been very abusive of the Liberian people. If you believe in facts, you should come here and prove us wrong. If you say that, someone was paid, you paid all of the people at legis, and we are making an error, where are your facts? That's something that you should have. If you say that rice price is down, and we know we're getting texts from people in Liberia right now that are telling us the price of rice is still high. If you say that you are away from you are not in the country when the president traveled, so you don't have the documentation with you to say how much he was given, you are the minister. You should have call somebody. Somebody should be able to provide those facts for us so we can speak in facts here, because that's what you like. Okay. Now, moving to my question, which is about Legis. As the board of Legis, you also have said that you value, you and your president value good governance. But we have been hearing a lot of corruption at Legis. In recent day, as close as yesterday, there was a check that was produced that was cashed by someone called Mr. Howe. Do you know anything about that check, and why is someone who does not work at Legis, who works at your ministry, we understand, cashing a check of $160,000?
You were asking me whether I know of a check situation as the chairman of the board. Obviously not. The board chairman does not run Legis. I don't run Legis. If there are any issues at Legis, as the chair of the board will look into that. The board is not personally in charge. The chair of the board is not managing Legis. We supervise Legis activities. So it's the same thing. I hear a crisis. I ask the question, how many people have been paid? Both Legis and UNFPA assure me 500 persons were paid. 92 of these people have not received their money because of these problems, Mr. Minister. But then let's fix the 92 problems. And the rest of the people are not paid because we are moving in the process and people are being paid. I'm provided those assurances. As to particular activities regarding people at Legis, if people do wrong at Legis, we investigate those and those persons will be held responsible. I cannot attune for any individual at Legis, so I can't answer to say who's writing checks, who's signing checks. You don't want to give the impression to the public that the chairman of the board or the minister of finance is the one who's writing Legis check. I approve Legis allotments. They go to them as management of Legis. They then disperse those funds. They have to make the requisite reports. If there are any instances of malfeasance, Legis, we will have to investigate those and deal with the culprits. That's what I can say, but I can't speak to any particular transactions. What has been concerning is that a number of persons have been claiming that they were on the list and they were then dropped from the list. The board of Legis, along with the steering committee, were concerned about those, and we issued a press release and we resolved that issue. The way we resolved it probably didn't make some people happy, but we still have to find a solution to for the people who were not happy. I said that on ELBC. So the census is on course. If we want to blow the census issue as if to say that the country is burning because of the census, I find that unfair. I find a lot of politicization around the census, and that is not fair to the public. And I have to bring that up. Yes, there are challenges. When you try to bring 29,000 people, when you try to recruit 29,000 people, there will be confusion. When you try to pay 19,000 people, through mobile money, okay, trust me, some of those people may not receive that money on time. It's not possible anywhere in the world, whether in Germany, that you do mobile money on all those people. There may be errors. We sit at the bank account numbers. Sometimes when you're transferring money to a bank, you have errors with bank accounts. People miss the account number, the SWIFT codes, the checks don't go, the payments don't go to an account. They have to be reversed. Those things happen with payment systems. But you do not politicize payment systems. You don't. It's unfair to the country. That's what I'm saying. Let's stop the opportunity for politicization. We have wonderful things to talk politics around. Let's choose the things we want to talk politics around, the meaningful things. All right? Yeah, if you have real issues to play politics with, I would say bring it on. We will defend it. We will talk about it. We will admit where wrong is done.
Dr.
For
Francine,
you
get
to
your second
turn the
question.
census into
Thank
something
you.
that should not be. It's
Thank
unfair.
Get your second question.
Yes, I believe that the issue about how much you gave the president to travel and the issue of someone cashing a check.
We're coming back here.
Please allow me to finish, Mr. Minister, okay? They cannot be dismissed. They are very important issues for Liberian people. I just wanted to put that out there. We have been speaking about corruption in the administration of Legis. You are the board chair. When was the last time you ever investigated any activities relating to corruption at Legis? You just said that you don't do the day-to-day operation of Legis. However, if there's discrepancy or any kind of corruption or activities that have illegal things, you would investigate. When was the last time you investigated any corrupt act at Legis?
Legis has been investigated by LACC. That report was that investigation was ongoing when the new act of LACC was passed. I talked to the former head of LACC about the conduct of that investigation. He filed his report, and we were in the process of doing that by the time we then got into a new LACC. The board met to consider the issues at Legis. It was on that basis that the board looked at the problem of Legis and found an interim head to conduct the census, Dr. Seti from the University of Liberia. Dr. Seti was brought in from the University of Liberia to manage the census. That was the board's decision, all right, because of the challenges at Legis. So these things are happening. We are involved. We are overseeing, and we are solving the problems. I will not tell you that there are not issues. Many Liberians wanted to get into the census. The census is only recruiting 16,000 people, 17,000 change. There are almost 30,000 people who want it. Obviously, there will be a problem. Whenever these big things come around, people see them as an opportunity for them. So there is a natural tension there. Let us not try to politicize that tension. It's people looking for a means for daily allowance or over a national process.
Minister, thank you very much. We got to move on. Minister, that Richardson question. When was the last time you had an investigation? You talk about bringing in somebody to help Legis. The recommendation from LCC
to conduct the census.
The recommendation from LCC put people named Wilmot Smith, Lawrence George. Why are you still keeping them at Legis? With all the complaints and the recommendation that they are so damn corrupt, you as a chair on the board, why are you still keeping them? Why are these guys still issuing checks into the personal name, paying to serve? You as a chairman on the board, have you seen such? Are you asking questions? Are you fighting for Liberians? My question, I will bring in our sister Antonia Yakula. On ELBC yesterday, Minister, you said on ELBC on your show, and you told the Liberian people that they enumerated for the census who have started today. Today, you said that. Yesterday, you said that. But no one enumerated today. No one. We are on this thing point by point and bit by bit. Are you sure, as per the President proclamation, November 11, Friday, that we are in the right direction to follow through with the census?
Senator, the census is overseen by Legis in coordination with the United Nations Population Fund. Government and development partners have provided money to a basket fund. Experts from all around the world have been brought in to pursue to conduct the census. To the best of the information available to me, to the best of the assurances I have seen, all is set to conduct the census. So I would not look.
What you said yesterday on ELBC, it should have started today. There was nothing. So were you deceived? Were you lied to? Was that a misinformation?
The census is a 10-day process. 11th is the official day, but necessarily counting may start before that official day. Okay? 10 days of census count.
You
From
said
the 11th,
started today, Minister 12. We're not here for that plenty story. You said we have started today.
Fine.
Nobody did anything today. So don't give us a 10-day story. Let's talk about what you said yesterday when you've been interviewed on ELBC. Were you misinformed, Minister 12?
I don't believe I was misinformed.
Why
See, that's the point.
Why wasn't it today? Well, there was nothing today. Why?
The census is a technical process for a number of days.
Why are you
I
still
don't know
keeping,
what's
as a
happening.
chairman on the board, why are you still keeping Lawrence George and Wilmer Smith in the position? I'm about to roll for you all these checks and all the criminal stuff that they've been
You
doing.
see,
And I'm about to roll for you to explain to we are
it's
in a
easy.
position now to explain to Liberian and tell them the truth. Why you, as a chairman on the board, still recommend to the president of the Republic of Liberia that you keeping these guys on the position? Why?
Unless those people are adjudged, an investigation is concluded, okay, the board will take the necessary decision.
Then why couldn't you
What
implement
we
the LSCC recommendation? Why
what
couldn't
we
you go
have
through with the LSCC recommendation, Minister Tway?
what you have is a situation where you have to verify.
Why couldn't
Everybody
you go
must
through
be
with the LSCC recommendation, Minister Tway? Why couldn't you
listen,
push for alongside with everything we know about that recommendation from LSCC on a consider Martin? Why couldn't you go through with that recommendation? Why you stop the recommendation? You, Minister Tway, why did you stop the
what do you mean I
recommendation from
stopped the
going through?
recommendation? I
But
did
then
not stop any
couldn't you
recommendation.
advise the president to go through with the recommendation from the first LSCC?
The
Why couldn't you?
investigation is still ongoing. The investigation is still ongoing.
How so? After you have changed? How so? How so?
No. Unless the investigation factually concludes and is presented to the board, we were not going to be taking stuff from Spoon and acting on them. There is a government process going on.
Spoon
When
didn't
Spoon
make the
splashes the
recommendation.
check,
The recommendation was
just
made
by
by
you
Councillor
displaying a
Martin
check.
by
Listen to me.
LSCC.
Listen.
No, listen to me, Minister Two. I don't do this thing. Spoon didn't recommend to the government. LSCC recommended by way of the Justice Minister recommended that these guys should be charged and prosecuted. Why did you stop it?
What did the Justice Minister recommend relative to the persons alleged? What did the Minister of Justice recommend relative to the persons alleged?
What did the LSCC recommend? What was recommended
No, that's
by the
what I'm telling you. What do you
LSCC?
know about the LSCC report? That process is not complete.
Come
When
on,
the
man.
LSCC does an
Mariah asked a
investigation,
question.
it will send the report to the board. But by you displaying checks here, Stanton,
you are handicapped.
just by displaying a check with a CBL and you say corruption,
you have handicapped the investigation, and you know that by recommending
what do you
changes
mean
within
handicap?
LSCC. By recommending changes within
Listen to me.
LSCC, you have handicapped the recommendation.
I was
Mariah,
on your
can you
show
come
to talk
in
about
and let's move
LSCC.
ahead?
I was on your show to talk about LSCC.
Oh, it's you.
LSCC investigations are going to go under a robust new LSCC that is independent, that cannot be filed by the president. There is no handicapping of any investigation. James Verdier told you that he wished he had the LSCC that we're now trying to put in place.
It's not the point. It's not the point. Go ahead.
So nobody handicapped any investigation.
Kev Hassan,
All the
hold
issues
on. I
alleged
don't
will
want
be
to jump over Kev.
investigated.
I don't want to jump over Kev.
Yeah.
Kev Hassan, your question, please.
All the issues will be investigated alleged. If there's any wrongdoing provided by conclusive evidence, okay, the board will take a decision. The board will take a decision, definitely. But I don't have those facts.
You don't have,
and I'm not going to act
because
Stanton is raising a particular issue. I'm waiting for a conclusion of an investigation that is fact-based.
Kev Hassan, you want to ask a question?
Yes.
We gotta move on.
Mr. Minister, you are quite correct that people are receiving the payment because I actually get the information from some family members who do have a lot on the phone. So you are quite correct on that one. I urge people to call and check. Again, another question, let me ask you this. There was a tape that was displayed about some individuals, I think some Sierra Leone guy was talking on some issue about government, about the international community money, and you know, some of us kind of like question it. I think it was debunked. Can you talk about it? That tape that was flying around.
Let me tell you something. No official of Legislatures has access to the census money. That census money is placed in the basket under the auspices of the United Nations Population Fund. So if the impression in the public is that Legislatures is keeping $10 million for the census under the signature of the Legislatures management, let the public be disabused today that the census money is locked up, safe, sound by the international system that oversees Legislatures. The government of Liberia moved $3 million of its contribution. I think we've paid $4. All of our $4 million has moved to the census basket. For money to come from that census basket, the United Nations Population Fund has a say in that. The steering committee. It is not any director or deputy director of Legislatures that has that money. The World Bank money, $7 million, was moved to that basket. The American money was moved to that basket. That basket does not sit in the account. That fund is not sitting in Legislature's account. So the politicization of the census activity, it's wrong to tell so you have millions of dollars for census, not under the signature of Legislature's people, and we are talking about, quote unquote, people are eating the census money. Where is that coming from? Where is that coming from? It's the same thing that happened with the World Food Program thing. 25 million of government money was given to the World Food Program. No government had access to that money. No official. On my signature as Minister of Finance, we transferred 25 million into the bank account of the World Food Program. Yet people said that the government misused the COVID food money. Okay, how is that possible? I put money into Stanton's account. Stanton locks his account, and it is said, oh, Twe took 10,000 from Stanton's account. Or it has to be that Stanton withdrew the money and gave it to Twe. But you cannot say Twe took money from Stanton's account and Stanton did not know about it. What are the signatures required to move money from Stanton's account? This is the politics of propaganda.
Because of time, let's do one question. Let's move on.
Let me ask a second question.
We are well equipped.
One question.
Everybody going to ask one question.
No, but still,
Kevin, stop.
They asked you two questions. Mariah asked one.
No, it's two questions.
Listen,
let me ask my.
Stop. Listen for a minute.
You have to be fair, Stanton. You have to be fair on the show.
Listen for a minute.
One question.
Listen for a minute.
Again. The second one, you ask one question. You cannot answer.
Kev, listen for a minute.
Kev, leader, let us ask all their questions.
We are on the second round.
They don't have any
questions.
questions. Leave that.
That's why I only ask one question. You jump over me.
Listen. It's okay. It's okay. Mariah, can you ask your question, man?
Thank you. I think it's
Mariah, ask your one question.
you still will not be able to answer also. I think it's important to note when, with government officials come on here and try to explain things to like when people are not accurate fully. It is facts and reported and documented evidence that the initial $1 million from Legislatures that should have been sent to UNFPA, of course, to the joint account, only about $700,000 was sent to the joint account. $300,000 was unaccounted for, and there are documents to the effect that persons within Legislatures was withdrawing money from Legislatures account. And for the minister to sit here and say nobody using any Legislatures money when there's documented evidence that the Legislatures account money is being withdrawn from that account, because all of the money that should have been sent to the joint account managed by UNFPA that none of them have access to was not sent to UNFPA. And so whatever remaining money reported to have been unaccounted for, not by anybody else, but by the Center for Transparency and Accountability in Liberia, Central, Earlier this year, since May 2022, they've been raising that alarm. It was reported in all of the media papers, and documents were presented to show withdrawals, including a $50,000 withdrawal from one Abigail Mumble from the finance office. So there's several incidents of persons within Leisures withdrawing money from Leisures account and not the UNFPA account that he wants the Liberian people to believe they don't have access to. So let's just clarify that for the truth to come out tonight. My question is, you mentioned only about 90%.
Let me deal with that one first now.
I'm not done with my question.
Let me deal with that one.
When I'm done. You mentioned about only 92 persons were have not been paid so far. You don't have the documents to that effect, but you rely on the information you got. However, it's not just enumerators who are having issues with payments. There are geomappers, those people who mapped out the entire country in preparations for the census, who have been owed 7 to 12 months of payments.
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 minute. What you just said, I want the minister to see this, Minister Tway. To what Mariah just said, saying that there's no, yes, we are not responsible. I want you to look at this because we're going to display everything that others that are taking money from the census account, then you will have the chance to explain. We have individuals, your people that work under you, taking money from the census account, issuing payment to themselves. So then we will ask the question, whether you were in error in making such a statement that nobody controlled the census account.
Well, I just said when I answer the question,
you will. I'm just trying to flash this up.
Yeah, let's do that now. You can't put something on the screen and I want to answer at this point.
Go ahead, answer, and Mariah will come back. Go ahead, answer, and she will come back. I just said
I can answer that first one, then you go to the other one.
Go ahead.
Don't let that confuse Liberian people. I said nobody in Leisures at Leisures has access to the census account. That's a fact. The census account, the census account, I'm not hearing myself.
You're good. We can hear you.
The census account is under the auspices of the United Nations Population Fund. The government sends money to that account. Was supposed to have deposited a certain amount, its contribution. The World Bank, and probably, in fact, maybe I'm correct. Maybe the World Bank money itself, I don't think even goes to that census. It's under the auspices of the World Bank. I'll have to check that, but I don't think. So that there's UNFPA contribution. So there's that basket that nobody at Leisures can withdraw money from. So let the public be clear on that. What is happening about this 1 million is that the government's 1 million should have been sent to the Leisures account in United States dollar. The census account is only accepting United States dollar. Okay, that's a different matter. We've been talking about, but you can accept Liberian dollar. 700,000 US dollar was sent to the census account. So nobody at Leisures has access to that 700,000. Because the government gives money in both Liberian dollars and United States dollar, the census account could not take the 300,000 that was changed to Liberian dollars. So that money didn't make its way into the census account. When the minister, when the control, Mariah, stop, Mariah, why are you smirking? I see you can't do this.
Are you regulating facial expressions now?
No,
I'm smirking line for the Liberian people.
I'm singling you out because when you don't have information, and you want to come to the public to mislead, you didn't know this piece of information I just said. It hit you hard.
Mariah, hold on.
It hit you hard when I shared it. You're like, you sound like, you got me on this one again.
That was that. Finish up.
Let's be honest. Let's get to serious matter. 1 million should have been given to the census basket. The Controller and Accounting General, his system will allow all Liberian money, 60-40%, the ratio is. So the 60% was sent to the census. Nobody at Leisures has access to that. Once that money goes into that part, it's done. The other money was Liberian dollars. Okay, so it doesn't go to the census because it's Liberian dollars, and they had to. There was a lot of long issue, and yes, so this money stayed in Legis's account. When it stays in Legis's account, it is not the census account. It is no longer the census account, right? So the government still has a contribution to make there. Okay, the government makes allocations to Legis's account for Legis's operations. So Legis's operations. The question then is that this 300,000 Legis is conducting issues. Even though the money did not go to the account, the operations that Legis conducted relative to that, so we have to see the document. That's what the LCC was asked to look at. How was this 300,000 expended, this equivalent Liberian dollar? Not money that went into the census account that Legis withdrew because they cannot withdraw from that account. We're talking about the money that did not make its way to the account. So let's get that clear. The money was not taken from the account. The signature at Legis are different from the signatures at the basket fund account. So
Okay,
the public needs to have this information. Now the issue the LSCC is looking at is that let's look at the administration of this equivalent Liberian dollar. What was the money spent for? That is the report the board will look at.
Minister Twain, you will not confuse the people tonight. Not tonight. We have this account. We have this account. We have this account information, Minister Twain. Let Murad finish and we
what account you talking about?
Hold on a minute now. Hold on a minute. We will allow Murad to finish, then we'll give you
the
what you need
basket
to know.
or Legis account. There are two separate accounts here.
Murad,
The
go
basket
ahead.
fund and Legis.
Murad, go ahead, please.
That's why I have the floor. You know, it's let me just break it down. Maybe we need to count down from the whatever.
So I have two questions here.
It's hilarious. It's
You have
funny
two questions?
when you have an official of government try to intentionally mislead the people on this issue of government money being expended recklessly. All Minister Twa have said is, if your mom or your pa in America send you money to give it to your auntie, and they send $100 in US and $50 in LD, and you go to mobile money, they give you $100 in US and $50 in LD, but that $150 they intended to give to your auntie. You take the $100 in US, you give it to your auntie. Then the $50 in LD, you say, oh, because you send it in US, so I'll not give it to my auntie. I will take it, I'll be using it for food money, I'll be using it for tobacco, I'll be using it to pay children's school fee in the house, I'll be using it for
I thought you finished talking. I thought she had a question. I thought she had a question.
You're not interrupt the show tonight.
Yeah, but
don't do it. The madam is speaking. Don't interrupt the show. Do not interrupt the show tonight, please.
So that's why you do.
She asking all the questions. You stopped me. So why is she going?
Am I protected?
Mara, ask your question, Mara. Go ahead.
Thank you. So he knows that the $150 that was sent for the auntie, because you receive $50 in LD, so he said the $50 in LD, I'm not giving it to the auntie, I'll be using it for myself. That's exactly what he's explained. That $1 million was given to Legis to put in the budget, in the UNF account, in the basket fund. But because 300,000 of that money was given in LD, so Legis kept that 300,000 and didn't give it to the basket fund, and that 300,000 in LD is making withdrawals from it. That is the same corruption that we continue to talk about. The money was given for a purpose.
No.
It was given
Let's come.
in the fund. It wasn't given for Legis operations. Until you can tell the Liberian people that you reauthorized that, because that money was budgeted for, is law. So until you can say that there was a reauthorization of the use of the money from not being sent to the basket fund to be used by Legis for whatever they're using it for now, you cannot sit there and say that's not money that was intended for the census.
Thank you, Mariah. Minister, please go ahead.
Listen, you see that there's a difference between a statement of a fact. There's a difference between a statement of a fact and an opinion around that statement. What I've told the Liberian people are the facts. Going to your example, my Mary was supposed to receive 100 United States dollars. Somehow, 50 of that United States dollar was changed to Liberian dollars, And so the $50 was deposited into her account. It is a fact that my Mary's account had $50, but did not get the other 50 because it was in Liberian dollar. That's a fact. So, given those facts, then, it is unfair to say that Mariah went into my Mary's US dollar account and took the money from there. So the Liberian people know, no, that one that's not true. Why it's true that my Mary received $50? Okay, you cannot say that the money was taken from the Census account. You can say the other money was not given to my Mary. Now, why was that other money not given to my Mary? Don't talk about the don't talk about the money coming from the census, because when you give the impression to the Liberian people that the religious people are going into the census money, into my Mary money account and taking it from there, you need to tell the Liberian people that the 700,000, the 300,000 that should have been put into the census basket was not put there, but was placed in Leslie's account. Now, the issue here now that the LACC is investigating is that what was that 300,000 used? Since, Mariah, you are right, the money was authorized legally to have been placed in the census account. It wasn't placed there. It was placed in Leslie's account. We then have to look at whether the expenditure of those monies were done for census-related activities. If they were not done for census-related activities and there were other things around it, there were acts of corruption. But it's unfair.
Was that what the money was given for, census-related activities, or was it given to put in the?
That is correct. The census basket fund census activities. UNFPA, there's been some tension.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead,
you won't get there.
No. But
hold on 1 minute. We got to understand. Hold on, Hold on 1 minute. Mariah, we will wait because we need to understand what Senator is saying. Maybe you are understanding him, but let's pause a little bit. Senator, continue, please.
So, the Liberian people need to know that no laziest person took money from census account. That one, they understand it tonight. The issue was that the census account is now holding US dollar, so Liberian dollar, so the Liberian dollar couldn't go there. It went into Leslie's account, not the census account. Now, Leslie's, you were not supposed to, so you were supposed to put this money into census account. That's fine. The money stayed into your account. The Minister of Finance did not authorize you, the board did not authorize you not to put the money to your account. So the LACC investigation is about, okay, all right, technically, if you use this money for census activity or you did not use it for census activity. Because first, we already know that you did not have authorization not to put it there. So you put it in your own account, but so it's Leslie's account. It's not census account now. It's Leslie's account. The money goes to Leslie's account. So the LACC, census money that was intended for census goes to Leslie's account. So let's not say,
let me fair now. Let me fair.
Unauthorizingly.
So listen, is that the account in EcoBank? The Leslie's account at EcoBank?
Don't ask me no kind of question where I will not have the census. Yeah, EcoBank, GT Bank.
So you don't have
question you asking me the Minister of Finance.
Listen.
The account.
No, hold on now. No, don't tell us what kind of question to ask.
My question. Let me ask a follow-up.
Ask me, what are the GT Bank?
You don't know. Just say you don't know. Don't tell us what kind of question to ask you. There's a reason why we're calling the bank name. There's a reason why we're calling the bank name. If you are the chairman on the board, you don't know.
I will not know all the government accounts.
It's not about Minister of Finance. You are the chairman on the board. Come on, man. You can't do this. But go ahead. Go ahead. You are about to hit something. Go ahead.
Not fair to Liberian people, man.
No,
let's stay with the issue. The issue right is first of all that nobody at Leslie's put their hand in the census basket. and take money for that. They understand that one now. The issue we're talking about is money that was supposed to go in our basket and didn't go there. It went to Leisures account. Right.
Why?
Leisure has. So yeah, that's fine. They should not. So that money sitting in Leisure account should be there. So if they put it in the Census account, it should be there. The board should meet to discuss all the issues around that. Okay. So they use that money. And you're acting as if I'm telling you that they were justified for using the money, which is why you want to confuse the Liberian people. I never told you that. You see, just understanding that. Nobody authorized them to use it. We are investigating. Yeah. Don't tell me, say I told you, say let the people who are red, you're not putting the money there. I, the Minister of Finance, I signed a $1 million for you to go to the Census account. That's it. So they import all the money, that the money stay in the Census account. Now, the issue is, let's just management claiming. When I went to the national legislature, the national legislature even asked me, Mr. Minister, why is the UNFPA the one managing our census? Are we not a sovereign country? Why do they determine how we expend? This is a serious issue. I told the legislature, I said, look, that's the framework we have right now.
So you're not authorizing them. Let's get back to that one now. So
that's the issue. So I didn't authorize them. Nobody authorized them. The census, so that one already done. They don't receive authorization. The investigation said now go look into this money here and let's see how you spend this money. That the investigation there. You spend the money. Let's just a management claiming that they spend this money in support of census.
Without authorization.
The activity. Okay, that's it. The issue we agree on no authorization. We agree on no authorization.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
You need to ask a question because this is not a standpoint, right? We need to ask all questions.
I'm giving you the facts.
I'm just coming to you. You just gotta wait, man. Come on.
You've been sitting there for almost
we coming to you, man. Okay, pause. You ask your 100 questions. Minister Tway, as we move on.
I don't know what kind of information you're providing.
Stop, Minister Tway. Everybody else want to ask questions. As we move on with this latest discussion, it is important to know that you just told Liberian, those folks that are using the money that were placed in the census account, they are using it they were not authorized in using the money. So all the pay to steps that are coming up and the recommendation from LACC, we ask you to now speak to Liberian people, your recommendation to the president. You are the chairman on the board. But you know what? I don't want to make the folks on the show to be boring. Chairman, ask your question.
My question.
No,
I beg you, Chairman. Let me lay on it.
No, Minister, hold on. Minister, when he asked this question,
you will follow up.
Go ahead,
Ben. You can follow up with you. I have two questions for you, and it's very quick. One, you admitted you from the explanation that I just heard, you said they should have put the money in the account. That's the first thing. Two, you as chairman of the board, knowing that they didn't do what they were supposed to do and they are under LACC investigation, wouldn't you think it would have been good to recommend a suspension rather than
Okay, listen. The suspension for what? That the account, hold on, the government gave them Liberian dollar account and the account cannot go. The Liberian dollar the government gave there cannot go into a US dollar account and they put it into the. Hold on,
Mariah. He answered the question. Hold on, Mariah. Hold on.
Okay. Listen now, I'm going to suspend or recommend the suspension of somebody because the Ministry of Finance gave them Liberian dollar. They could not put it into that account. They put it in the Leisures account. And so because they put it in the Leisures account, and they put a US dollar in the census account, they are hereby suspended.
No, because they use money without your authorization.
No, hold on. Okay, no, so let's get to that point now.
Listen, Minister, hold on 1 minute. Minister, hold on 1 minute. We'll not go off. Chairman Ben, please repeat your question. You got two questions, and then give the minister the chance to answer. Go ahead, Ben.
So, Mr. Minister, my question again. Something is wrong here, obviously. You've admitted that something is wrong because if something was not wrong, LACC would not be involved in this process. I understand what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. You cannot interfere with LACC. but as chair of the board of Legis, because obviously the folks are currently under investigation. That is an established fact. The investigation has not been concluded. I'm just asking from a best practice standpoint that while they are under investigation, don't you think as chairman of the board, they should be at least a bare minimum being serving the suspension to say pending the conclusion of this investigation? Because let's also understand that the census is currently, it's about to happen. And the issues that they are being investigated about has to do with the very census. That's the question that I have.
So it's a fair question. And the public listening to me, I'm telling you, $300 US in Liberian dollar, the equivalent in Liberian dollar, was placed in their account. So Dr. Francine agrees with me. Oh no, Minister, you cannot suspend them just because Liberian dollar was placed into the Legis account. Okay, that's fine.
No, I didn't.
So we agree on that. No suspension. No. You agree with me?
He gave an example. He gave an example. Go ahead, Minister.
Yeah. Yes. So I can't fire them because Liberian dollar was placed into an account. We can wait for the investigation to say, yeah, okay, definitely. The explanation they gave me as board chair is that there were pressing census activities that had to be funded, and they funded it with the 300,000 unauthorizingly. Fine. LSCC, go do your investigation and see this unauthorized expenditure, whether it was related to census activity that should have been funded by the basket or not. If it were not related to that, and we see expenditures that were unrelated and people sending money to personal, you send us that report, the board will suspend pending that conclusion. But the board will not suspend because Janga Koro, Controller General, gave Legis Director General Liberian dollar. He put it into the Legis account, and so the board is suspending that. No, that government policy. The issue now the government is supposed to find to say, okay, all right, so let's keep that money, let's reconvert it and send it back. Why that reconversion was not done? Let's just, what did you do with the money? That's what the investigation is about. When the investigation concludes, which are facts, if money is expended, their account trails. The results will come to the board. The board will then look at it and say, oh, on the basis of the list, you illegally use 100,000 of this money for non-census related activity.
Okay.
You did not have the authorization, and so you
believe that actions don't warrant suspension. That's the point. You believe that as chair of the board, you believe whatever they've been charged or whatever they've been accused of as chair of the board, you believe whatever accusation that has been levied against them has not reached the level of suspension. Is that what it is?
No, because the people want me to suspend them just because they didn't put the money into the account. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait for the investigation to show what was the money spent for. That's what the investigation is about.
Minister Toy, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before we go to Chief Timberland George, Minister Toy, I think you are giving some misinformation to the Liberian people tonight. A lot of misinformation on this issue. Hold your peace. Hold on. Investigation were done on LDCC. They came up with the findings, Minister Toy. You're the chairman on the board. They came up with a recommendation. Did you see the recommendation? That which was presented to the president? Given to Musadin, did you see it?
No.
Oh!
No.
So the recommendation that was done by Councilor
I have not seen any LSCC recommendation pertaining to Legis.
The recommendation
No, I have not. I'm telling you honestly, I'm on the show. I'm waiting for the investigation of that $300,000. The report. I'm not going to depend on checks in the press. I know LSCC is supposed to be looking into the expenditure of this 300,000. If this money is not spent for census-related activity, now somebody can say, okay, just because the money was not put there, you should have suspended it. I'm telling the public again, no, it's not fair.
Minister Tuan,
but what did they do with the money? When the investigation shows that conclusively, the government will act.
Minister Tuan, the investigation.
It's only fair.
Hold on 1 minute, guys. Please check your WhatsApp. I share with you, Minister Tuan. Let me forward it with you. Now, I'm going to forward you the recommendation. I'm going to forward you the conclusion to the investigation, Minister Tuan. You serve on the board as chairman. And you're going to tell the Liberian people today you have not seen the Minister Toy? Seriously?
Let me tell you something. Listen to me.
Please do.
The first, okay, hold on. The first board meeting, and good, at this board meeting, the European Union ambassador was present. So I'm using him so you know that I wouldn't be lying. The European Union ambassador was present at that board meeting. The board called the minister, Mr. Minister, where is the investigation report? Madam Piso Serita was at that meeting. The Minister of Agriculture was at that board meeting. The Minister of Labor was at that board meeting. I'm giving you names that you can verify. We then call and say, where is the report on legislation? We call the Justice Minister. The board has not seen it. Do you have it? So how does the board take any action if we have not received any information? We don't. So we're waiting. As far as we're concerned as a board, we are waiting for this investigation to conclude. Let the findings of the investigation come to the board to say the monies that were placed in the census account were illegally spent on non-census related activities. I'm telling you here today on the show, the board will have a meeting. These ministers that I just called are waiting for the conclusion of this, along with the European Union ambassador who was at that meeting. None of us will agree that, okay, but in the absence of that, we can do nothing. That decision, there are several decisions we took at that board meeting. Let me review one to you. The whistleblower in legislation have been suspended by the former, the acting DG, not the acting, but the current DG, Francis Ray. The board decided that, Mr. DG, you do not have the authority to suspend any member of legislation management. It is the board that approves that decision according to the Legislation Act. So we are reinstating the whistleblower, or whatever you call him, into his original position. The board resolved that. And we put him back and say you cannot suspend anybody for releasing information.
We shouldn't sway away from the important thing. I understand that you call him back.
No,
we're not going to shy away from this. Sentumani, can you come up, because we are.
But I'm just telling you that report that you're talking about is not in the purview of the board of legislation. I've not seen it.
It's very surprising for you to say you have not seen it. You are the chairman of the board. It's very disingenuous for you to say you have never seen it. But Sentumani George.
Minister Joy,
I'm giving you names of other people who were there with me, and we always hankering for the report. I just got 4 ministers.
Calm down.
All you have done is to call.
I'm giving you facts, and you want to misrepresent the thing.
All you have done is to call the LCC. Go ahead, Sentumani George. Sentumani George, go ahead.
Ask all those people: European ambassador, agriculture minister, gender minister, labor minister. Ask any of them.
My next question loading.
When LCC is doing investigation, like conduct investigation, usually those who are investigation are suspended. We heard Water and Sewer and other, even like National Housing Authority. Now, the question is, why these officials of the legislature weren't suspended pending investigation, and especially so now, why are they conducting the census under the leadership when they're on investigation?
I just told you that it is unfair to take action in the absence of formal consideration of an accusation. So the board will act on the recommendation upon the review by the board. The board will meet and look at the conclusion of the investigation. The board did meet to consider that, and that report, we went and asked legislators, where is the report? It's not in the purview of legislators. I am telling you that I called the Minister of Justice, who's now the acting chair of the cabinet. You can ask and verify from him. We say we do not have this report. And at that meeting was the European ambassador and all the ministers whose names I have called here. I have no reason to lie. So, and what I'm also telling you is that when the finding is that those monies used, when we consider that were not for census purposes, those persons who use those monies, actions will be taken against them. So that's the conversation we're having. So I don't know what else you want me to say here. I'm telling you the facts as they happened. I don't know how to say any other thing. Those are the facts.
Thank you. You got another question, Timon and George? Do you have another question?
Yeah, my question is, Minister Stewart, do you have confidence in the present, those who conducting the present legislature that's conducting about the conduct of the census? Do you have confidence in that?
The census is under the stewardship of Dr. Sedi, who was recruited by the board in conjunction with the expert from UNFPA, who was brought in country to advise on the conduct of the census, and with UN United and the United Nations Population Fund. The deputy DG for statistics, Mr. Alex Williams, who was suspended and reinstated, Mr. Wilmer Smith, who is the deputy one of the deputies there. All of these people are not leading on the census. They are providing backup information, but the board took a decision to bring somebody from outside to conduct the census in cooperation with the United States. So I have full confidence in Dr. Sedi, who is a statistician, a professor of statistics. I have full confidence in the consultant from UNFPA, who has probably more than 20 years of experience in census around the world. I have experience in the leadership of UNFPA, and I believe that from all that I know now, everything is happening to move the census in the right direction. There are a few issues that are being solved. I'm not going to sit here and tell you there are not issues. There are payment issues. They're under pressure to deliver those payments.
Smith?
Do I have confidence in Mr. Wilmer? Mr. Wilmer Smith is acting in his role. When the investigation showed that Mr. Wilmer Smith did something illegal, Mr. Wilmer Smith will be dismissed from LISGIS.
Which investigation?
Let's do that. The LSCC investigation.
But the already did a report that you say you don't have. Is there another one going on?
Yeah, we don't have the report. We don't have.
So let me ask you a question. Mariah, wait 1 minute. James, upload that thing real quick. You are telling librarians tonight that you, Samuel D. Twitt Jr., Minister of Finance, Development and Planning, have not seen and you have not heard of any report. You are on record telling librarians that. I have not
seen any report. I have not read any report. I have placed a call in the presence of the EU ambassador and 4 other ministers of government inquiring about this report.
Okay. So
that is a fact.
Yeah, that's the fact. True. But let's look at the email I was sent to you. The email I was sent to you September 29 about the very report that you are denying that you have not seen, you have not heard of. Can you tell everyone whether you received this email? I'm going to read it to you. September 29, 2022.
Who sent me the email?
Hold on, sir. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on. Let's take it easy. We need to be true for the librarians tonight. I'll read it to you. September 29, 2022, 2:25 a.m. on a Thursday. Samuel D. Twitt Jr. I'm not going to read the rest of it because that's your important information. I extend compliment and right to convey heartfelt gratitude. I'm about to send it to you. I don't want to read the entire thing. This email telling you.
Just read the relevant part. Read something relevant about it.
Yeah.
I have not seen what you just put up.
Brother,
I have not seen that. So just read it for the public.
Brother.
I don't know about that document you put up. I've not seen it. But read it for the public. Let's read it. You can't put something up and not read it for the public.
Hold on, Samuel Twitt, chill. You are saying you have not seen this email. But you are saying
it says I have not seen it. Read it for the public.
So it was sent to your junk mail.
I don't listen. You know how many mails come to me that I don't even open? Do you know how many emails come to? Okay. I can open my email.
All right, this is what I'm going to do to you. I'm going to do something. Mariah, Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show. I won't bring Mariah in, and give me that 1 minute. I will show that you, Samuel Twitt, received this email. Mariah, come in.
You're wasting
I
the
think
show time, man.
the question we
You're
need to
wasting Liberian people time.
no, you're wasting
No, we're not.
You're wasting Liberian people time.
What is confusing?
Read that piece of information. Read the info. It's important. I don't know. Read it.
Wait,
Give me
let
a
me
minute.
ask a question. Wait more. You still waiting for Ben asked you, you said you're waiting for the investigation report. I asked you what investigation, you say LSCC. It is well documented that LSCC has already released the report. You say you're not aware of LSCC report they're waiting for. So how are you waiting for report from investigation that you claim is ongoing when that investigation is already done?
I told LSCC, listen now. I just told you I called the Minister of Justice.
Okay, so forget
when
Minister of Justice, forget
but
all
the
the
report
other.
you said, we were told to
Wait now. Did you find out from LSCC? You say the old LSCC director. I know he's probably still acting because you're having appointed a new one yet. But have you contacted LSCC itself, because it's reported in the media that LSCC did the report? In fact, the president was
reported in the media that we have to take.
The president was you take note of it when there's information in the media. You take note, so you can contact LSCC and find out there's information in the media that you finished the report on legislation. Have you contacted LSCC to find out if they're done with the report as reported in the media? In fact, the president was asked about it on Freedom before, and not just the legislation one, the water and sewer as well, the reports, and the president did mention that at the time it had not come to his desk. So there is information that these reports are out. Have you contacted LSCC on the legislation report if you're still waiting for the investigation?
Okay, let me make this very clear now so you understand this.
Now, for the
board convenes.
Yeah, I understand it already.
I think many Liberian people understanding, but you still not understanding. The board convened at Legislatures, and I named some of the members who were at that meeting. We asked Legislatures, where is the report? We want to see the audit report. You must have been served this investigation report. The Legislatures management said, we do not have the report. We have not been served the report. We believe the report is resident with the Ministry of Justice. And then we called the Ministry of Justice. That's it. So the board then said, look, we have to see this report. It is unfair to take any action on anybody as a board without consideration. And I have named the persons who were at that meeting.
How
European
long
Union ambassador. This was, I think it's 3 months ago. Something 4 months. I don't want to see. I don't want to. But it's been a while. So, but what is important? What is important is that Spoon can verify.
Is this a priority for
I'm giving you
Minister
of Agriculture.
Well, that's okay, Minister Twe.
All right, later, last question. I got to go to Peabody. We got to move on.
The point is, you passed 3 to 4 months.
The line of questioning is trying to impugn my. No, the line of questioning. Hold on. The reason why I'm insisting on this is because the line of questioning is not trying to. It's not aimed at accepting what I'm saying as a fact. It's questioning that when what I'm saying can be verified, confirmed by 5 or 6 other persons.
Questioning that this is a serious matter for legislators, that they're prioritizing an issue of alleged corruption of taxpayers' money for the census, and yet 3 or 4 months after a board meeting was held and they could not get a copy of the report, they still have not been able to get a copy of that report, when even citizens are having copies of the reports in their WhatsApp. That's the issue here. It's not about whether the president was at the meeting or not. It's about the fact that you guys, as the board, have not made it a duty to get the report after 3 or 4 months since your last meeting. The last question I have on this issue is, the census framework document specifically stated that the monies for the census should be put directly in the fund, the basket fund that is controlled by UNFPA. Why was the 300,000 Liberian dollars or whatever sent to Legis's account in the first place?
Yeah,
why was it
that question 200 times?
All right, guys. All right, guys. Mariah, your question is done. Samuel Twe, please.
I have answered that question sufficiently.
Okay.
The census account cannot accept US and Liberian dollars. It could not. And so the question for legislators is that you put that money into your account, it should be sitting there.
So who sent the money to legislators?
The Minister of Finance sent the monies to Liz's
Why
account.
did the Ministry of Finance send Liberian dollars when the US dollars can go to the fund?
Well, the Minister probably didn't know that. So the check goes all the way. All checks go through the payment system they are subjected to. So after that experience, that's when we changed the policy and say, look, we'll make an exception for the census. And we transfer all other monies to the account.
Let me bring it down to Peabody. Mariah, hold on 1 minute. Mariah, hold on.
After this 300, after that experience, gave the controller an instruction that do not apply the 60-40 split to census money. Only use 100%.
At what point did the Ministry of Finance realize they had sent Liberian dollars that could not be sent to the fund for it to have been retransferred back to the Finance Ministry to then send US dollars before they just start to use the money? When did you guys find out that
This is long ago. This is years ago. This is not 1 year issue. This 1 million was paid long ago. It was
no, I'm not talking about
Dr. Peabody, Mariah, that's okay. That's okay. Mariah, listen, Mariah. We will come back to you. That's okay. Dr. Peabody, your question, please.
Well, Minister, good to see you, and thank you for coming on. I know it's been a long day. Let me ask you this question. Can you assure the Liberian people here tonight that there will be a census this year in the country? Can you assure the Liberian people?
I have assured the Liberian people that, I think probably you are now on, you're probably listening. We have assured the Liberian people that the census is on course based on the representations made to me as board chair and to the steering committee, which comprises both government and donor partners, development partners, that the census. And I have, since I returned to the country, been involved in the details of the census with an aim to resolve the issues. I am quite aware of the number of steps they've taken. And I've asked the questions that you are asking on this show repeatedly. Is there a need to postpone the census? Should we give additional time? Giving everything, do we think there is a risk to the census? And the answers I have received from the experts is that the census is on course, but that there are a few issues of payments, Minister, that are not, that the census budget and the basket fund are not going to pay. So we do not have money to pay for, persons who were originally did not file online applications. If the government, it will be of immense importance for the government to help, from the national budget. So an appeal was made, even when I made representation to the legislature, that we think the government needs to find some money outside the basket to deal with some of these issues. Because people are claiming that.
Thank you, Minister. Question.
Yeah, let me ask you my second question. You said that Minister, you said that you have not received the report. If you receive the report, do you plan to take appropriate action in dealing with all those involved in the report?
That is correct. Listen, before all of this, Legislative Management was informed that you did not have the authority from the Minister of Finance. I informed Dr. Francis Rare that when the Minister of Finance pays money to the census basket, it goes to the census basket. When the government allocates money for you under the budget for legislation, it goes to you. If you're explaining that the money was not placed in the census basket because it was Liberian dollars, okay, yeah. But I expect to see the Liberian dollar in the legislature account. If you use that money, we will have to conduct an investigation. And if the investigation finds that you use the money for non-census purposes, you are going to be in trouble. If the question is that when we find evidence based on the investigation of the use of money for other things other than the census, would the Minister of Finance, me here on the show tonight, would I recommend the removal of those persons who did those actions? My answer is yes. And that decision would be made by the board, not the Minister of Finance. That's why the board went there to find. So the full board will convene and will determine based on the facts contained in the report and they will vote and take an action, and you will hear that in the news. But the Minister of Finance unilaterally cannot exercise that function. Cannot usurp the function.
So on the show, let's say this, Minister Twilight, and want to say, thank you for addressing and giving an answer as you see fit. I've just sent to your text message the report. So officially, the Liberian people know now that you're in possession of the report. 1. 2, is that only Liberian data goes into the Legis account? Only Liberian data or US data also was found in that account? Did you guys transfer US dollars into that account?
All government ministries have both a Liberian dollar and a US dollar account. All government agencies have both accounts. You can take both US dollars.
I'm going back to what you just said. The only reason why the Liberian data was placed into the Legis account because the US data, the basket cannot hold Liberian dollars.
That's correct.
For the record, the Legis account, when you move the money, when your folks move the money into the Legis account, did they also move United States dollars?
No, the money in question here was Liberian dollars, not United States dollars.
Have you ever asked the folks whether they move United States dollars into the Legis account?
The money in question is Liberian dollars.
Forget about the money in question. Forget about the money in question.
What are you asking?
Have you ever made a deposit into the Legis account or United States dollars into the Legis account?
Of course, when we do Legis allocation, let's just receive Liberian dollars and they receive US dollar. For let's say has 400,000 in the budget in the book. When they go to the Ministry of Finance, the controller pays them in Liberian dollar and in US dollar in their two accounts that's sitting at a bank. So I don't. So
the Liberian dollars is Liberian dollars the transfer. Which of the money that should go into the basket, the US dollars from the government of Liberia or from United Nations? Which one? Just to be clear.
The census basket, ideally, from my perspective, all census monies should go to the census basket. All government contribution in US dollar should go to the census basket.
But then why you put United States dollars into the Legis account then? Why it's not in the census basket? Why?
Okay, let me explain this again. The census basket can only take US dollar.
Yes.
The government had $1 million US dollar for the census basket.
Correct.
The government split it into 700,000.
Correct.
And the other one into Liberian dollars.
Yeah, but we passed that. I'm not talking about the 300,000.
No, but you didn't pass that. You still asking me.
No, I'm not talking about the 300,000. You will not run us through.
So the 700,000 went to the census basket.
I'm asking you a straight question, Minister.
Yeah.
In any time, have your folks transferred United States dollars into the Legis account?
Yes, United States dollar is giving to Legis. Let's just all listen. Government ministries
that money should be transferred into the basket account. The United States dollar should be in the basket, not in the Legis account at EcoBank.
Let's listen. Okay, let's do small thing. The government have money called Census on a line called Census. The government in the budget
you are looking at this, Senator. I don't know whether you have your monitor in front of you. Government of Liberia contribution for census to Legis deposited in Legis census USD, EcoBank, the account number $1.1 million. Government of Liberia contribution for census to Legis deposited in Legis, the Liberian dollars, 97, blank in EcoBank. My question to you, Mr. Minister, why are we putting the United States dollars into the Legis account when you are telling Liberians tonight that the United States dollar should be put into the census basket?
So, okay. The government, this 1 million in question was given to Legis originally. So Legis request for 1 million goes to Legis account. Legis then should have transferred the 1 million to census account. That's how it should have worked. Let's just transfer 700,000 to census account. I hope you're following. Let's be slow on this. Before all of this, any money goes to Legius for census goes to Legius US dollar account and Liberian dollar account. This first payment did that. Then we know that, oh, but okay, the census account can take the Liberian dollar, so Legius transfers the US dollar to the census account. Then the question is, but Legius, why you didn't transfer the Liberian? Oh, but Minister, the Liberian dollar can go into the census account. Okay, so you have the Liberian dollar, you cannot use it. If you use it, it is illegal. The government will find a way. Either we change that Liberian dollar to US dollar and put it back into the census. But going forward, we will no longer put census money into Legius account. We are going to directly deposit the $1 million into census account. So that's what's been happening now. Since the incident you're showing on the screen, all monies paid to census have not gone through Legius, have gone directly to the to the UNFPA account by the central bank.
You know what? I will give my guys a chance to ask question. I will come back with another slide to prove you wrong on your last statement, Minister.
Oh.
This Legius thing, we've been on it. They are still moving money.
You've been on it with our facts.
Yeah.
You've been on it with our facts. Today the public getting the facts.
But I'm showing you facts.
No, you're showing me nothing.
I'm showing you facts. Let me ask you. Hold on, Mr. Minister. We are not forcing. Why will Aloysius Howie make a withdrawal from the bank October 19, 2022 in the amount of $160,000? Why? LD, why?
Mr. Chairman. Are you asking me why this activity happened, or
yes,
are you asking me what am I doing about the activity?
No. I'm not there yet. I'm asking you, why did he make a withdrawal? We'll come to what you're going to do next.
I do not know.
You don't know. Who is Aloysius Howie? Who is Aloysius Howie to you?
He works at the Ministry of Finance.
As what?
He's there. He's in the eligibility office. The MCC eligibility.
Does he directly work for you?
That is correct. He works for the Ministry of. He works for the government.
Who authorized him to make a withdrawal from the account? $160,000, sir.
That's a question that I'm asking Legius. And when the facts present themselves, the circumstances in which a check is in Aloysius's name, okay, the facts will be reviewed. But I do not know the circumstances of those transactions as the chairman of the board.
So again, I would give my guys a chance because it's very important. And let me show to Liberian folks tonight. This is Aloysius Howard, a direct Samuel Twe Peking, right? He does not work for Legius. You're always with Samuel Twe. You're always around Samuel Twe, but he's making a withdrawal in the amount of $160,000.
Okay.
And we're going to pose our question because I got more to come, Minister Twe. Again, right. I want you to please, hold on, Minister Twe, hold on, sir. I want you to please help the Liberian people understand. When you received this information yesterday, who authorized Aloysius Howie to make a withdrawal, to go to the bank? The check was signed. He withdrew from the bank $160,000. And what have you done? Within less than 48 hours, what have you done with the information you received? That your office staff making a withdrawal from Legius account.
What is his position in your office, Minister Twe?
I say he works for the eligibility department.
As what?
So let's get back to the, forget about the position. Let's get back to the
No, it's important. What's the position? It's important. It's in communication director.
I said
what's
the
the
man
position?
in the eligibility department. Don't ask irrelevant question to the question that is being asked.
Irrelevant, Minister Twe, it's not.
What
is his position?
The question being asked.
Okay, I will tell the Liberian people what his position. I will tell the Liberian people what his position.
And the check in question are not related.
It is.
So let's see the circumstances in which he withdrew. That's the investigation that I'm on. Why?
Okay, Mariah, hold on. Mariah, hold on 1 minute. Mariah, hold on 1 minute, please. We know the position.
Why is Legius paying Aloysius Howe? For what service is Legius giving Aloysius Howe this check?
So Aloysius in your
that's it. I said Aloysius works in the eligibility office.
As what?
He's a staff of the FCC
All right, let me
eligibility.
answer my question, then you can comment, please.
Let me ask you,
Minister
he's
Tway.
a staff there. He's a staff. He's not a director for the unit. The director
Minister
is.
Tway.
He's not a
Mariah, please stop interrupting. Mariah, you
he's a
need
staff.
to answer my
He's a
question,
staff.
please. You got to give us some
Yeah,
due
why are you
time.
distracting me?
Minister Tway, Minister Tway, let me ask you my question, and we got to move on. I'm going to stick with this illustrious issue, and I want you to explain to Liberians who authorized. And by the way, though, let me ask you: is Aloysius Howard in the building right now with you?
Yeah, Aloysius Howard is here.
So after you know that Aloysius make a withdrawal, Minister Tway, of 160,000, and he stay hanging around with you, and currently he's in the building at the Spoon compound with you. Talk to Liberians tonight, and then we will move around with one question each.
So let's just paying Aloysius Howard for what service? I've asked Wilmer this question. Why would you pay Aloysius? He said Aloysius provided a service to Aloysius. And so currently, I am looking at under what condition does Aloysius provide service to people for media? The claim is that Mr. Howard provided media support services for some related activity of the census. Mr. Aloysius Howard does a lot of media consulting with different groups of the government. So Aloysius Howard has a page that is widely followed, and so government people like to use him to spread information. So that process of giving Aloysius something to do, if that is the case, that's what I'm looking at, whether this payment is legitimate and illegal. Under what condition is Aloysius being paid? The service he provided, all those facts I'm ascertaining. That's the preliminary information I have received from Mr. Wilmer Smith. Okay, I've received, and I'm looking for all of these. But I'm telling you generally that Mr. Howard conducts support services, especially media advocacy for the government. Many people believe that when he advertises something, it is widely followed. And so government entities, people who want traction, media.
Guys, let me go. Dr. Richardson, one question each. The Liberian people are heard enough. Dr. Richardson, you go ahead real quick.
Liberian people are hearing me.
Yes, Minister Tway, I'm going to be reading my question to you very slowly so we won't have any miscommunication in terms of what my question asked. Over the past month, your peer were placed on sanction by the United States government. Given the mismanagement of funds that we're now talking about at Legis, that is tantamount to corruption in many people's view, do you have any concerns that you might be placed on sanction by the United States government? And are you concerned that many believe that you were the snitch on your peers? That is why you were not sanctioned? Can you please share your thoughts on that?
Regarding being a snitch, I do not respond to that kind of propaganda. Mr. Nathaniel McGill is more than a friend to me. He is a brother. We've been together since 1995 when we entered the University of Liberia together. And so we are inseparable. It's just preposterous for somebody to believe that I, Samuel Tway, can place people on sanctions and at the same time ask me the question that I am going to be sanctioned. Those two things are confounding, so that the man who is sanctioning is himself going to be sanctioned. I don't know where all of this is coming from. It's just pure garbage. I really do not want to dignify these things that are out there, but there is no way that I would hurt, either physically or politically or in any form of whatsoever, my brother Nathaniel McGill. People who know me know the heart that I have. I put people's interest many times before mine, to be honest. I'm selfless. And it is evil for anybody to think that I will betray or will do anything malicious against my own brother. That is the extent to which Liberian politics has degenerated. Baselessness. Regarding questions about sanction, my response on this show is that I will not delve into those matters. The government is responding, engaging with the United States government on these matters. And so you will not get any response from me on sanction. But at least I tell you, thank you for asking this question, because I think some malicious persons, some evil people have been entertaining these and have been spreading these. But as we can say in Liberia, God there. It is God who knows our hearts, and it is God who knows who is telling the truth or not. But the Liberian people know that in no way I can harm McGill. Why would I? What capacity do I have? What do I know about sanctioning? What do I know about U.S. sanction process? What leverage do I have? Am I the U.S. ambassador? Am I working in the Treasury Department? Do I have affiliations, links with these people pertaining to information? I have none of these. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Let's go on. Chairman Ben, and we'll come back. Sorry, Chairman. Let's bring in Kev Hassan first, and we'll come to you next. Kefiko.
Minister Twe, the last time we had Toga Market Church on the show, and I asked him about ledgers and asked him about donor money, and he said it's almost impossible that his ward. I'm talking about a member of the opposition, currently a member of the communist team. He said it's almost impossible for the government to tamper with those funds. How impossible that is, I want you to speak on that, because a member is someone who has knowledge about that. Toga Market from the ANC said it's almost impossible to mess with our funds. He said it on Spoon.
Because Mr. McIntosh knows that the money goes to the, one good thing I like about this conversation tonight is provide clarity to the Liberian people. The Liberian people now know that nobody can touch census money because it's safe and sound, secure with UNFPA accounting process. So they now understand that. Prior to this show, the impression was that people from Legis were going into the census money and using it. What they now have understood is that Legis was supposed to put some 300,000 US dollar equivalent in Liberian dollar. I'll have to do the right conversion so I can tell the Liberian people how much Liberian dollar we're talking about here. That money, Legis was supposed to put there, and Legis did not put it there. Legis put it in the Liberian dollar account. It is that Legis Liberian dollar that we're talking about, all of this. So the 4 million, the 10 million that's sitting locked and secure under UNFPA is at no risk. So the Liberian people understand that. Now what we're talking about here is money in 2019. 2019. Now, the money we're talking about here, and those who use that money for any purpose that was not related to the census in 2019 or whatever time there, they will get their just recompense by the board. The Liberian people understand that.
But you are incorrect, Minister Twe. Just recently, this year, you did the same thing. The check was transferred to the Legis account. How can you do this to Liberia, telling us it was only 2019 that mistake was done, we're moving on, and September 28, 2022 of this year, you're still putting American United States dollars into the Legis account. So you are not correcting your mistake.
Okay, thank you.
The information is clear, Minister Twe.
Okay, let me answer now, because I'm misinformation again you won't provide. Maybe you got to understand these things, man. You got to seek to understand these things before you talk to the Liberian people.
No, but let's have the conversation now. The check.
But when if you don't understand something, ask me to explain it to you.
No,
but don't say
Minister
something that you
Tway,
don't
it will not
understand.
be if you understand something. You are saying 2019.
The government is putting US dollar in Ledger's account today as we speak. Tomorrow, Ledger's money we get in the 2022 budget will go to Ledger's US dollar account. Ledger's US dollar account is not Census account.
Use your
The
inside
Census
voice.
account. No, but I don't know, man.
No,
Sometimes
no,
you lose
it's
the
not,
business.
no.
How
You will do
explain it
all the plenty talking and confuse the people.
But that is the Liberian account, right? That is
Yes,
the Liberian account, right?
Every government
Information Minister
entity
Kev,
has
hold on.
Liberian dollar and US dollar account. Government entities receive their money under the 2022 budget in their US dollar and in their Liberian dollar account. We have to give Ledger's money for few. That few, whether a $10,000 check or $20,000 check, is going to both a Ledger's United States dollar account and a Ledger's Liberian dollar account. And these accounts have nothing to do with the census. The government money for the census does not go through Ledger's. It goes straight to UNFPA. So are you telling me that the government should not give Ledger's any money? How will Ledger's operate? The money we get for Ledger's in the account right now, how will it operate? Today,
but the account that you showed, that's the Liberian dollar account, right? The one that showed up, right?
Hold on, please. The government approved $200,000 after the request from UNFPA and Ledger to say, Minister, the UNFPA basket fund will not pay for calming this noise. So we beg you, the speaker, you talk to the speaker, everybody, you please find money for us to pay. That check, that money is going to Ledger's to pay those people. So you cannot sit here and say the government should not transfer any money to Ledger's. Is that what you're telling me? Ledger does not run census account. Please,
Minister Tway, stop. When I was asking you about the Echo Bank account, and I was bringing all the bank information, you say, oh, don't ask me about those banks. The Ledger's operating account is with LBDI, and you know that. You're the chairman on the board. The census, the Ledger's account, that up to these were census issues. It's with Echo Bank. The money that we are talking about that is moving around, the United States dollars is still going into the Echo Bank Ledger census account. And that's the money you guys are messing with.
That is correct.
Why are you confusing the people? Like we don't know how to read.
You are confusing the people. Let me tell you all the accounts. When it says census, one account is sitting with UNFPA. That's account there. Call it account number 1. That's census account. Ledger has account number 2, US dollar. Account number 3, Liberian dollar. The government of Liberia has 3 places to put money in each of these accounts. When the government is giving money to UNFPA for the census basket, the government send it to the UNFPA account. I don't know where that account is. That's it. But UNFPA has a bank account, and the central bank, everybody transfer that money directly to the UNFPA. When the government won't get Ledger's money to pay Ledger's, to do Ledger's thing there for Ledger operation, gas, whatever goods and services that Ledger get, the government split that Ledger's money into Liberian dollar and put it in the Ledger Liberian dollar account and put it in the Ledger US dollar account. So when you show me yesterday that US dollar went to Ledger's, I can tell you correct. But that US dollar that went to Ledger's is not for the census. It's not because we're putting money in the census account. It's a money that's going to be under Ledger's to do something specific. So it has to go into a Ledger's account. Ledger's budget, I don't know what Ledger allocation is in the budget this year. But all the money that Ledger's got in the budget this year under goods and services will be paid to 2 Ledger's accounts, Liberian dollar and US dollar. The census money is not under Ledger, it's under PSIP, we call public sector investment. And it's a big amount of money. It will be 1 million, it will be 2 million So that whole 2 million there will go to the UNFPA. It doesn't go to ListGates.
Minister Toy, thank you. Chairman Ben, go ahead, my brother.
So, Minister, I want to ask you this question regarding Eloysius Howard, quickly. What did you say he rendered services to Legis for 160,000 United States dollars? PR?
That is the explanation I have received. I have said, Mr. Howard, it's a
for
media consultant.
160,000 United States dollars? What kind of service?
Liberian dollars.
Liberian dollars. Okay, I wanted to clear that. Yeah. Okay. So it's Liberian dollars. Because that was the first thing that blew my mind. I was like, what kind of PR service he did for? Okay, so it was Liberian dollar. Okay, now let me ask you a question. And you said you spoke with the what's the guy name? The manager, Wilmer Smith. You said you spoke with Wilmer Smith, and he's yet to provide you reasons why they paid Mr. Howard.
I received preliminary information, and I'm saying this situation will be considered also by the board, meaning we will ask the management of ListGates to document the processes, what service did Mr. Howard provide. They will provide all that documentation to the board. Once the board reviews it and the board finds that, oh, Mr. Howard should not have been paid this money, the board will take action against the ListGates people who paid Mr. Howard. If the board sees that it was a legitimate service rendered by Mr. Howard for some purpose, I mean, as we speak right now, ListGates is paying people who've been doing things for Census. There are people who provided services, who provided catering.
Do these people work in the office? Do these people work in the office?
No, it's not because
now we gotta go. Ask your question.
Mr. Howard works in my office, but government ministers across. Listen, it's not because he works in my office. You, Mariah, know that Mr. Howard has one of the largest following when he posts on social media. Well, yeah, you should know that because
just a quick clarity. Yeah. So just a quick clarity. He according to the information that was provided to you,
these are some of the work. Ben, these are some of the work they pay him for.
Senator, you happy on? I don't know, man. The show tonight.
Tonight. I just need to get this clear. So you are
the nyama thing you've been talking.
Well,
now you're not happy.
But that's why it's good to hear. I want to agree here to clarify, right? Yeah. But let me say this. If the preliminary information you receive is that he did PR service in relation to the census. That's what you said,
correct.
Right?
So I'm going to find the documentation and find the proof for which that payment was made.
Ben, are you done?
I'm done. Because the last thing I wanted to ask, and again, sorry, just 1 second. The last thing I wanted to add was, and I think he was getting ready to provide clarity towards the end, was the money that you highlighted, Stanton, the money regarding the money that was just recently sent into Legis' account. That money, are you saying that money is not, it doesn't have anything to do with the census, rather it has something to do with Legis' operation? Is that what you were saying? I just want to be clear on that. That you're still not sending Legis money for census.
Yeah, no. So this particular money.
Which one we're going to take to that? Which one?
No, the $200,000. The government is processing $200,000, okay, for Legis to pay people who are protesting and other things upon the request of the UNFPA. They said, we are not going to take money from the census minister basket to pay any of these protesters. So we beg you, let the government find money. That money we're finding, we put it in Legis' account. The payment process for all these people, the cost, the documentation, the evidence. I, chairman of the board, I'm on it every hour. The UNFPA and all of us sitting down and seeing who are we paying, who getting the money, what is the documentation. I also want to see the services that these people provided, some of the protesters who are protesting, what kind of food they cook, all that document that we will see it. But we have just approved this money for Legis to pay it to them. So that's it. That's the story there.
So I have a question.
Mariah, you asked me. So let's make this clear.
Guys, listen. We got to move on. Mariah, ask you one question. Kev Hassan, you will take us home. Okay.
So
One more question. I'm sorry. Sintumani Josh, you're right. That's your time. I'm sorry.
Okay, Tumani,
go ahead.
So 12, the census account. Who are the signatures to that account, and that the government sent putting money in the census account? Who are the signatures to that account? And which institution is
basket?
that? Yes.
The basket?
Yeah. What
United UNFPA.
Well, but the Echo Bank and LBDI.
Only the government's putting into the account, census account. Who are the signatures to that account?
Okay. When you say census account, where the government putting money in census,
yes,
it's under the UNFPA. So I believe the country manager of the UN, the resident manager of the UNFPA must be a signatory to that account. So UNFPA account is where these are the signatories, these are the people that are managing. UNFPA people are managing that one. The account that Legislatures has, obviously, the Director General will be a signatory to that account. The controller or the deputy for administration, Legislatures people will be signatories to Legislatures Liberian dollar and Legislatures US dollar account. But the census account
the same people that are eating the money, that people like that signatory to the account.
Not census money, not the people who, not the UNFPA protected money. Please say the same.
So you can eat the UNFPA protected money, but you can eat the Liberian own.
So,
right?
Hold on. Listen. Let me clear that the census money under the UNFPA is protected, and no legislative person got anything to do with that. When the government put money in legislature's account, legislature has to be accountable for that money. When the government put money in any government entity account, whether Ministry of Finance, whether LRA, anybody, those entities got to be accountable like legislators. So everybody got to account for the Liberian dollar expenditure and for the US dollar expenditure under the government budget. So let's be clear which one we're talking about when we're talking to the Liberian people. Let's be clear.
So let's be clear that we're not referencing the UNFPA account at all, because you ain't got any control over it. So any reference to a legislative account would be the accounts that you got control over. So don't confuse the Liberian people. We're not talking about UNFPA account. That one clear. You ain't got no control over it. Any reference to the account will be the account that legislature is taking money out of for census purposes. So it's still census-related purposes that they're taking money to use for. So if they say census account, we're talking about the one that legislatures controlling. So the money that for payment of enumerators, that's census money.
No. There was no payment for enumerators from the legislatures until the government decided. I think today, in fact, I have the check.
That's still census money. Today.
Yeah, let me clear now. The government just approved this legislatures money here to calm the noise that you're hearing. This money is going to legislatures. We're going to pay people that's it. No money in legislatures account for census. Money that in legislatures account is for legislatures operation, to pin the building, to travel, to buy gas for the generators.
Let's move on. Mara, we're done. Let's move on. That's not true. Kev, ask you one question, my brother.
No, I have to ask my question.
No, you already asked your question, Mariah. You already asked your question.
Listen, I see the check in my phone.
No, we're not saying that. We're not saying that. We are not saying that. No, but we're not saying it for me. Give it on my picking. He was saying it. We are not saying it. Give it to the producer. If you go to him, we're bullshit. Did
the minister got certain facts, and he got certain facts.
No, Tatiana, go ahead. Kev Hassan, go ahead.
Yes,
go ahead.
You're giving a all kind of misinformation. We're gonna do that. Reading with all kind of lies and all kind of misinformation.
Minister, come on, man.
Let's get it.
Stop it,
Minister. Folks thinking that the money, that $160,000 US dollar, but now it's good that you make it clear it's $160,000 Liberian dollar.
It can be
So
1
people
penny cent. That corruption.
Liberian dollars. So folks should know that because folks will run with it. Oh, 160,000 US dollars. That LD.
We're clarifying, my brother.
Exchange. Yes, that LD.
Somebody phone ringing. Be careful.
I'm all right. Are you back?
Yes, I'm back. I've been backstage for almost 3 minutes.
Yeah,
I know that I'm trying to ask questions.
Go ahead, wait, Mariah. Go ahead, Kev. Ask a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kev. Sweeten up Summer 12. Sweeten up Summer 12. Go ahead.
This is my question. Let's go to the MCC now. Barack and I
We're not talking MCC on the show today. We are not talking MCC on the show. We stay with legislators. We'll go back to President Trump.
What are you talking?
MCC will not answer. I will not answer MCC.
Why you want to about MCC?
I'm not on the show for MCC, Bennett. We are feeling legend today.
All right, y'all bring the legends. Y'all bring the one legend fire.
All right, hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. Wait, Summer 12. Summer 12. You want to control our show?
MCC already.
Summer 12.
We
Summer
won't
12.
put it.
Summer 12. Stop. Let's move on. Let's move on, guys.
Stand up. Maybe you should play the men's song.
Wait, guys. Wait. I mean, I don't know who's on the show tonight, Kev Hassan. You guys will be on the show.
Who's scared to bring the people on the show who want to ask questions?
Mariah, you will ask one last question. Mariah, you're going to ask Summer 12 one last question. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So my question has to do with the Kev, you're not disrupt. My question has to do with the geomappers.
Your guy want to talk.
Go ahead, Mariah.
Thank you. And I hope Minister Toy is listening because I find it interesting that Aloysius Howe, who works in his office, will be providing for government, will be providing contractor services to another government institution when in fact he posted on his Facebook page that he does not work at Legis. So again, the fact that they're enabling this level of corruption, I am speaking, Minister Square, that the consultants in the office, the fact that you don't even understand the concept
But
of
Minister Tua, wait now, let the woman finish with her question back. I'm begging you.
Of course, you're not want me finish because you want to like
Mariah.
so that his special assistant that always behind him and that he used his influence as Minister of Finance and the head of the board of legis, the chair of the board of legis, to get Aloysius whatever $160,000 contract that they're trying to defend when Aloysius has publicly stated on Facebook that he does not work at legis. So you can even put that screenshot up for the Liberian people to see that. But the question though is, we've done talking about the enumerators. Minister Tsui, I want to speak to the issue of the geomappers. These were almost 93 persons who were used to map the entire country in preparation for the census. And the Ministry of Finance and Legis has refused to pay these people almost 3 to 4 months of their money. Again, they took the ministry to court. Apparently, the labor court brought up a ruling that the government needs to pay these people their money for the work that they did as geomappers. Can you speak to whether or not the government has gotten, I know you say you ain't get a copy of the ruling, but we got a copy of the ruling. But can you speak to why these geomappers were not paid almost 3 to 4 months of their money after the job that they had done, and whether or not the government is going to abide by the Ministry of Labor ruling, or whether the government is going to appeal to the National Labor Court on this issue? The geomappers. Let me just break it down. You have been paying the geomappers all their money?
Well, I don't have the full command of those. But what I would say is that as a public servant, as an honest, patriotic Liberian myself, nobody should provide services for the government and not be legitimately paid. Sometimes there are technical issues, other issues why people are not paid. That's fine. But there should be no deliberate attempt for people to work and somebody say you are not getting paid. So since this case is before the labor code, I will take seeds of this to see this, to see what is happening there. I believe I would defer to the lawyers here. But if the court has ruled, then I think the board or legislatures should look at that and act accordingly. I would not say, as chairman of the board, my first instinct would be to appeal against their payment by going to the Supreme Court or somebody. No. Let's look at the case. Imagine, I'm just telling you, the people when I in the budget, government finding money for them. They are Liberians, no matter what.
Why were they not paid though?
I don't
Why
know
do they
that,
have to go to court to get the payment? You chair the board.
Yeah. I don't have all of the facts on that.
So this was never discussed at any board meeting.
I have to get my full information. Listen, when I say I don't have, you don't press the issue. All you need to say
I
now.
do press the issue because
okay, so when you say
Minister Twer, we gotta go. I think Minister Twer.
Minister Twer. That's an important question. Are you going to appeal against the people getting the money? I just told you without going to anything.
When will pay them?
So that is a question there. Let me look into it and see. But my job is to when Liberian people.
Minister Twer, thank you very much. Mariah, thank you. Minister Twer, let's move on. It is important. It's 7 p.m. Eastern time. That is 12 o'clock, 12 midnight. So in Liberia, let me ask you this one last question. And it's important for us to, that everybody will wrap this thing. You want to close. If you want to talk about MCC, you shoot. I have no interest. I have no interest talking about MCC because you guys passed 12 out of 20. We'll wait to see when you'll receive the money. But let me ask you this question. Let me go back a little bit, Minister Twer. Let me go back a little bit on this. This is not a joke. And you know what hurting me? It hurting me because we're playing game out of Liberia. If you ask Wilmot Smith, Lawrence George, about this check that was issued to Aloysius Howie, one of your follower, Minister Twer, want me to ask you this. Before the government has a policy wherein before payment is issued to any businesses or individual, that individual business must be registered under the law of the country to perform such services. Is that correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Aloysius Howie, does he have a business that is registered with the government of Liberia to receive a dam from Legis?
Aloysius government does have policies where there are many informal businesses, even on a petty cash basis. Now, I'm just telling you, we're going to look into this. But government ministries have petty cash. The Ministry of Finance, I don't have petty cash in my account. When the people in my office tell me, Minister, it is you now. You need to have a lot of petty cash. We spend a lot of petty cash in the office.
They gave him 160,000 Liberian data. Does he have a registered entity? A registered business to receive money?
Government petty cash policy need not be registered. They are informal businesses.
What do you call petty cash? What do you call petty cash?
Petty cash accounts can run from $2,000.
So are you as a finance minister? Hold on, Minister Twer, hold on now. I don't do the too much talking. As you as a finance minister, are you protecting and defending the action by folks from Legis? I just told you that Aloysius Howie should receive. If you come back and say, well, it's petty cash, that he should receive $160,000. No, he doesn't have a business register.
You brought information that could contaminate the judgment of the Liberian people while we're looking into this. I'm also bringing you information to tell you that government entities have petty cash. They can use that petty cash to pay a Kobo seller who is not registered. I can run a petty cash that can go pay Kobo who not registered. They don't have to go through PBCC procurement and be registered with that. Let the public also hear that one. While we look at this case, you brought one thing, I gave in the public that the Minister of Finance office, my staff tell me my petty cash too low, but there are higher amounts of petty cash that they used to operate. The law allows that. so I can pay a pamper rider. If 40 pamper riders did something for the ministry, they carry some kind of cartoon for the ministry, we can pay them from the petty.
It's not pamper rider. You have a staff from your office.
I'm just telling you,
You have a staff from your office getting a check from Legis. You have a staff from your office, a staff by the name of Aloysius Howie, who is now currently in the building with you, waiting on you, protecting you, travel with you everywhere you go, and you're giving us a story about petty cash. Guys, let's wrap the show.
Yeah, that's petty cash.
Guys, let's wrap this show. Any of you guys have any other question for Minister Twain?
Yes, I do.
With the exception of Mariah. Any of you guys have any other question for Minister Twain?
I want Mariah. Let Mariah ask. I mean, please
one more
defer to
question in
Mariah.
Nacho Peter next. I got one. The last one.
Dr. Peabody, do you have a question?
No, the minister said he want Mariah to ask. I just wanted to ask.
No, Mariah, hold on. I will bring you in. Dr. Peabody, do you have a question, please?
Yeah, let me ask the minister.
Question.
I want to ask the minister one last question. We talk about this. The president is a former FIFA player. Is he invited to FIFA activities every time the World Cup is held?
Yes, I believe so. The president is a high-profile FIFA personality. Since I've been knowing the president, I've seen him in a number of FIFA occasions. He's a high FIFA personality. When FIFA is conducting the elections, I know the president is involved. He's usually. It's just now that since he's president, it looks like he's less visible on the FIFA circuit. So they probably may be thinking twice in getting him on everything. But maybe there's significant thing like the World Cup or something. They're still standing. He turns down a lot of FIFA invitation. I do know he does turn down a lot because obviously his job cannot allow him to go on those occasions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Senator Josh, you got your one last question?
Yeah,
just anything.
First of all, the IAA, the Internal Audit Agency, they did some reports with Legis. They based on recommendations. What's the status of recommendations they made based on their reports? And lastly, is a lot of how business the job that he's doing. The register with the PPCC.
See, the reason why I talk about petty cash is that Mr. Howard provides informal services to many government entities. Some of them pay him in cash through petty cash or stuff. So the government has a petty cash policy for smaller amounts. So a petty cash, $1,000 payment will qualify as a petty cash. My office can maintain a petty cash of $5,000, and they will use it to pay PEMPEN, to pay people who do small services. That's accounted for. That's fine under the petty cash policy. I am not defending Mr. Howe. I'm providing factual information to the public about what's possible and what's not possible. So we are looking into the Howe situation through documentation to see whether he provided services, what are the things there. The other important thing you're asking about IAA, let me tell you, I say on EIBC, you've not heard me talk a lot about IAA in the past year or so because IAA has been going through a transition. I've talked about LACC, I've talked about GAC. These two have done a lot of incredible work. We need to strengthen IAA. And the reason I'm not talking about that because they've just recruited a competent set of officers at IAA. I met them. The IMF mission met them. In fact, we have placed IAA's performance into the IMF program now. What we are now saying is that if we want to stop any fraud at any government entity, the first checkpoint, the people who are supposed to stop that are IAA people. IAA people are supposed to be the people who are overseeing government accounts, who are approving payments. And so they are not accountable to the head, the director generals, or the ministers themselves. They are accountable to the director general of the IAA. So we have a parallel governance process there where they do not report to these people. They should not be in collusion with them. They should be verifying payments. And so we are overhauling the entire IAA system. We're going to provide significant resources for them in the 2022 budget, as we are providing resources for LACC and GAC. So what you're going to see is that IAA people are going to be so powerful that they are going to be stopping any illegal payments at any entity. I believe Government money should be stopped before we go after it, because it's like an accident scene. When you go on an accident, people die. The only thing you do, you carry them to the morgue. You investigate. But when you prevent, so I think in the first line in the fight against corruption is to resource capacitate IA and overhaul it. They sent to me a vision. They have sent to me a vision. They share that vision with the IMF, and we look at it and say, let's make IA a structural benchmark under the program. The mission was excited. We are excited by the vision of the new team, whether at Legius, whether at Ministry of Finance, whether at LWSC, IAA people in the next year, you are going to hear that they are extremely powerful. And they are and ministries and heads of entities that interfere with their operation will meet the full weight of the law. So going forward, that's one way we're going to fight. And that's what the president is going to explain. All right. In our fight against corruption, LACC, the steps we've taken, the GSC audits that have changed, when we make our applications to MCC board to consider us having passed the compact, even though I'm talking MCC, but I just
Thank you, Minister Twine. When you get back, we'll talk. Minister Twine, the day the money comes, Minister Twine, the day the money comes, we can talk about MCC. Let me ask one question, real quick. Where are you coming? You ask your last question. Let me ask you. The Civil 7, have they gotten the salary?
Civil 7 salary has been constant. There was a technical glitch, as I said, to ELBC on ELBC, and that resulted in recent disruption. We are on course. We are in the process of paying for October.
What's the
Civil
technical?
7. I'm not going to explain that. I didn't explain it on ELBC, and the callers called in and say it's a long-winded process. It's not for public consumption. What the public is interested in is to hear that the government will pay them for October and November before the end of November. So before the end of November, sometime in November, I think beginning from next Monday, we'll begin processing 2 paychecks, October and November. All Civil 7s will be paid for Christmas on or before December 15. We actually intend to pay them on December 10. Some of them came to my office and said, Minister, you pay for December 10, you will cause problem because everybody will finish eating their money before Christmas. So hear me out now. I'm on Spoon Show. Government workers will be paid on or before December 15 for Christmas. Government workers are going to be paid October and November in November. You are hearing me talking that one. There is no issue with government salary.
Are you in conversation with the lawmakers concerning the IMF $51 million fund? Are you trying to allocate that fund to pay Civil 7?
The IMF 51 million. No, the IMF doesn't have $51 million fund. The World Bank budget support, we have 55 million of budget support from the World Bank. We have
Thank you. Let's stick with the 55 million, and I mean that's the World Bank. Let's stick with that. Are you in conversation with the lawmakers that you can use that?
They have to. They have
hold
to
on, my
ratify.
brother. Hold on now. Hold on. Are you in conversation with them? You didn't bring up about
They have to
World Bank
ratify
budget
the World
support.
Bank money. The
Yeah.
government, the legislature has to ratify all monies that we use.
We understand that. If you allow me to rest with my question, there's a reason why I bring up the question.
Yeah.
Is that the money you're waiting for to pay Civil 7, Mr. Minister?
The money is part of the budget.
So is that the amount? Is that the money you are waiting for to pay Civil 7? Yes or no?
The $100 million. If it does not come in the government budget will fail.
So again,
so it's part of our budget.
So is that the money
I don't
you're
understand
waiting
what
for
you
to pay?
think. It's part of the government budget. It has to come.
Why are you raising your voice? Why are you raising your voice?
Is it for salaries?
You didn't bring up the conversation. There's a reason why I'm bringing up the conversation, because you're raising your voice and you're saying that the government get money that will make payment up to December 15, and you're backing the lawmakers to ratify that amount that you can start making salary payment. Can you tell Liberians tonight that you are backing the lawmakers to ratify that amount that you can start sending out paying Civil 7? Is that true?
What I tell the Liberian people is that government budget is $784 million. Government domestic revenue is performing. Domestic revenue comes 1 million every day. when the government uses domestic revenue and the donor money does not come, the government will have a shortfall in the amount of the donor money.
That's not a
The
glitch.
donor money is not, no, that's not a glitch. That's not a glitch.
You said it was a glitch first that caused the delay in payment.
This is not the glitch. I said I cannot discuss the glitch.
Because they have not ratified the amount, so therefore you call it a glitch. And that's the money
No,
waiting for to pay
that's not a
Civil
glitch. What is a glitch?
Thank you.
A glitch is something that happened and we correct it.
We know the
So
level.
are you paying civil servants based on the revenue collected?
Chairman, ask you one question.
Yes, I'm paying civil servants based on the revenue collected.
So why you didn't pay it in October when you collecting 1 million a day? I just you say you collecting 1 million a day. Why you didn't pay it in October if you collecting 1 million a day from revenue generated?
Because of the glitch.
Mariah,
which I will not explain.
Mariah, the glitch is that they need the government, they need the lawmakers.
No, that's not a glitch. Is something that has happened.
Chairman, can you ask a question, my brother, please?
Yeah, but I wasn't so I can.
Ask a question.
But Mr. Minister, let me ask you a question. What happened to you at the Supreme Court the other day? Did you get arrested? What happened the other day? There was a picture.
I saw your you never took that picture. I'm looking for the person to.
Yeah, please. What is this about?
I saw the guy standing on the left side of the justices. I saw him taking picture, but But the way he took it, he just took it such that my hands were behind. It looked like
it does look like you. It does look like you've been handcuffed, though, right?
The propagandists who do that, I can pay them. That's what we call propaganda. It's creative propaganda. So I was amused.
What happened? Can you tell us what happened? What happened?
Oh, this was me standing before the justices.
You were in on a prisoner bench quarter. That's the session you were on. That's the way the prisoner said.
I was not.
What prisoner? What are you talking about?
You were standing from them. That's why the prisoner said.
The Supreme Court, man. Stop it.
Yeah, that's a prisoner bench.
This is where lawyers argue, and this is where lawyers.
I'm beginning to do. You and you're not in there with you.
I hear the rubbish, all the lies that why they're not happy.
So actually,
but Mr. Minister, seriously, what happened? Like, can you give? I mean, is there something you can discuss? Is it we got a Supreme Court?
This was my appearance before the Supreme Court, and you remember the rate? They sent for the rate to talk about. So I was explaining this whole technical process to them, and one of the issues is that the Supreme Court actually has something called the Financial Autonomy Act.
Mm-hmm.
That act says that the Supreme Court budget, the budget process is independent.
Yeah.
And so they cannot be treated in a way we treat other ministries and agencies. Okay. So they require quarterly allotments. Now, when we started the reform under the IMF program, we stopped quarterly allotments. Okay. We went to a financial budget system that says when you have the money, you spend it. So it's a tighter system. The problem is when you give entities 3 months, irrespective to the flow of revenue. So the system we have now is closely aligned to revenue coming in. So it's a tight control system. It's running effectively, but it runs afoul of the Financial Autonomy Act. So basically they're saying, Mr. Minister, we are invoking the Financial Autonomy Act. And I did discuss that with the IMF that, look, the third branch of government will not be placed under this monthly allotment that we're doing on the financial budget. We have to make exception for them. The fund has agreed. I mean, that's the law. We have a financial autonomy law, and we have to enforce the law. And so we're making those.
Are you clear?
Sorry, guys. Let
we explained. They said even though they received the September, the October, the main issue was that the financial autonomy. We have to respect them under the financial autonomy, and those are the actions.
You don't have contempt hanging over you anymore.
No. That was.
You not pay the people the salary that you are owing.
Minister Samatua begged for 3 months. Minister Samatua begged for 3 months. He would take care of the.
Okay, so you got a deal. You got a deal with the Supreme Court.
That. He begged.
I was purged. I was purged because the payment was made.
Minister Samatua used all the legal word. You begged them.
What is the wage bill now, Minister
Twain? Mariah, please wait. Let me ask my question, man.
Oh, I thought you were done. I thought
They are
you
big
were
enough.
done.
They won't show you and say no me asking question here. Nobody interrupted you.
Why
Say,
y'all
I
leaving me a question?
thought you were done.
Yeah.
Go
Because
ahead, ask the question.
I'm just robbed nobody today. I'm just robbed nobody today because I'm a crime guy on the show. Yeah, you see how he lay back? He know I do nothing wrong today. He's standing. You see how he lay back?
Well, history.
Let me ask you a question. I know you want to MCC.
History.
One last question. I know you want to MCC, but I need you to do this on this show. Are you going to make the last time you were here? I tied you on MCC, and I must admit you threw in the white flag. Are you going to guarantee the Liberian people that you're passing next year? And how many indicators you're going to pass? If you're passed.
Yeah, I said, man, they will receive the money, my brother, please.
No, the contact one, no. That one,
no. But Ben, you got to defer to Stentor on this one. The passing is the first step. We are in the process now of making the case for the Liberian people to get the money.
To get the money,
and
true.
The real cause for celebration is when we get the money. To be honest, that's factual. MCC will look at our pattern, our record.
That's the only truthful answer you ever gave us tonight. The one you just gave.
Every answer that comes here, my friend, is fact-based.
You're confusing answer you ever gave
interpretation.
Because
I've given
because we have voted for you.
They finished celebrating to City Hall. So
what are your prediction about next year?
Oh, I believe we are going to pass next year.
Wait, did you actually sing at that event? You are dropping up for real.
And he said the real cost for the real celebration will be when you get money. You get money, you go sing to party.
No,
what's the wage bill now?
Okay, before I answer the wage bill question, I tell MCC, let me tell you there are two things why MCC was important. MCC is important for the thing that Census is talking about, the compact, right? Getting additional 500 million, 400 million, whatever the board approves. That's an MCC reason to be happy. If the chance to compete for that. But I think an equally and even more significant reason for the government and for the country is that MCC passing has shown the world that Liberia is now what the critics like Mariah, who sit on Spoon Talk every day and denigrate the country and tell the world that the country is headed in the wrong direction. MCC has told, Skoka has told folks in Washington, D.C., in Brussels, in the international community, in Asia, that indeed Liberia is headed in the right direction. And that many of the propaganda, the mendacities, the lies, the deception thrown out there about the country, making people believe that nothing is working in Liberia, when Liberia is indeed a democratic exception, when Liberia is a macroeconomic exception, when Liberia is making strenuous effort. We have had the fastest collapse inflation in recorded history, from 31% to 7%. MCC captures, in summary, the broad contours of the massive progress being made under the president. Amid the challenge,
the Liberian people.
That is the story.
Liberian people still poorer than they were when you came into power. Yeah, forget the propaganda. You won't talk about all of these economic indicators. Talk about how it reflects on the lives of the people. But answer the question: what is the current wage bill? What was it when you came into power 2018? What is it now?
The current wage bill is 297. When we came to power, 297 million. When we came to power, the wage bill was 289.
289.
The wage bill in 289.90. The wage bill in 2000 and in 2009 was 100.
Well, that's not what wasn't the
question.
No, if the wage bill has increased,
That's the last question. Let's take few calls because we got it.
That's the last question.
Minister
How
Twa,
has the
hold on
bill
1 minute.
increased
Minister
when you
Twa,
undertook
Minister Twa,
harmonization
Mariah, hold
to
on 1
pay
minute.
cut salaries?
Mariah, hold on.
I'm
Minister
telling
Twa,
you,
Minister Twa,
the
Minister
evolution.
Twa, Minister
Yes.
Twa, hold on 1 minute.
I got to answer the
Mariah,
question on the wage
Minister
bill.
Twa, hold on 1 minute. Mariah, please ask your one last question. Samuel Twa will
But she
answer.
finished asking me
We
now.
have to go.
But she
I
will
want
answer it.
her to repeat.
No,
I
my
want her
last
to repeat,
question
please.
is,
Go
how
ahead,
can
Mariah.
you tell the Liberian people that you undertook harmonization, reduced their salaries to be able to manage the wage bill that you claim was so high, yet the wage bill has increased to 297 million, almost 300 million under your government, in spite of the harmonization?
All right. So
Thank you, Mariah. Yeah,
yeah,
Minister Twa.
Liberian people must know that the wage bill in 2009 was 100 billion. And by the time the previous administration was leaving, they added 189 million. Now the total government workers were around 27,000. And by the time they were leaving office, about 67 to 65,000 people were on the government payroll. So from 2009 to 2017, December, more than 40,000 people added on the payroll. The government received a wage bill with a total number of people. 43,000 Liberians were on a basic salary payroll, and some 25,000 Liberians were on a general allowance pay. So when we did harmonization, but before harmonization, we cut salary of ministers, the president slashed his salary, and all to reduce. Mariah.
So how is the wage bill higher than what it was?
Mariah, we gotta go to the phone line.
We got to lie to the Liberian.
We gotta go to the phone line.
You continue to lie to the Liberian people since you on the show tonight.
I gave the people the information. You can't. You let
Mariah, let's go to the phone line. Minister Twa, finish up.
No, that you tell the truth because they can't even bring
I don't want to do this.
You can't even bring up political leader here.
It's a $300 million.
All right, listen. Can't listen. Mariah, listen. Minister Twa, listen.
And where the wage bill was when we got there. So the wage bill came from 100 million, it ended to 290 when we got there. When we got there, we did a lot of reforms. We put 2,000 health workers on the wage bill at a cost of $12 million. So when you add $12 million to the wage,
how many others?
Let it be so. We gotta
go to the phone line. You're not cut the people money, so you
let it be so. Minister Twa, please consider us to have only 10 calls coming in because you've been very gracious with your time. And we appreciate you, Minister Twa. We may ask some hard questions, but thank you for explaining to Liberian people the best way you know how. True or false? Those are your explanations. Thank you. Aaron Kuban, please open the phone line. We got the Finance Minister, Samuel D. Twa Jr. We're going to take 10 calls. Call the number, open the phone line. Let's wrap this thing up.
Okay, the numbers are 07777710075. Let me take this first person. Yeah, welcome.
Good morning to the high power panelists and good morning to the consumer de Liberian.
Quiet.
My name is Abraham Political Modesetu, and I call from the most talk about Baguba Avenue this morning. I thank for the team to ask Mr. 12 the technical question. I love the way the minister take the time, explain, make it simple to the Liberian people. Honorable Minister is one person who believes in the government performing under the leadership of President George Manawia. Now, one thing you said, the issue of the civil servant pay came out during the COVID, the government managed, government worker and employee were home while they were taking pay. Because the reason why I like how you make it easy, because of technical reason, civil servant are taking pay. So
let's do the 30-second quick to the question. Thank you, my friend. Let's take another question.
Hello?
Let's take another question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Lawrence.
Yeah, call the numbers.
Go ahead, let's hear you.
So I want to say the committee president which we only go up the Uganda. She didn't really answer and argue with the minister, the which we all the which we you expect the minister to take the team from 2009 to 2018. So I going up.
Thank you very much. Aaron, call the number again, please. Call the number, let folks call in. Thank you very much, my friend.
Good evening.
Okay, the number is 077-771-075. It's a number to call, 077-771-075.
We got 8 more calls to go. 8 more. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. This is the voice of Prince Kolake. For the benefit of this whole discussion, I'd like to be referred to as Mura Yakula Pikin. I started attentively listening to the honorable studio. You know, like one of your panelists said, I think he was called to give information that would be sustained. He has not come in studio to lecture of the Liberian people, neither to lecture anybody. If you listen to the answer that were provided tonight, I think everything is far from reality. Like Mr. Stater Waterstone asked him, how much does the president use on his trade? That question was that answer, and what Minister Tua is doing is only to come up with what take analysis and only to lecture on.
Thank you. Let's take this.
Thank you. Let me take this one real quick, Aaron, please. Go ahead, my friend. Your name and where you calling from.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Waterspoon. This is Census J. Morris, the suspended Deputy Managing Director for Water and Sewer. I heard the minister spoke about the guy from the Ledges who blew whistle and was suspended, and the board took decision to have him reinstated for his actions until investigations are done. Census Morris was suspended for blowing whistles since June of last year, 2021. I have not been given my day to any form of investigation, and I'm still suffering my suspension for more than 16 months. I'm asking the minister to please relate this situation to the GAC, to the alleged situation, and see if I am supposed to be going through suspension for this length of time. As a Liberian, I don't have a job. I have my family to take care of.
Thank you very much. Hold on right there, Aaron Kuban. Minister Tua, can you address, because we know the story of Census, can you please address this issue? Census, hold on this for 1 minute.
And I made the comment. I made a comment at ERBC yesterday about the Census situation. So Census is calling. I know Census is calling now to relate it to why the board say Alex William cannot be suspended. Yes, the board, the managing director, did not have the authority to suspend the managing director. I mean, the director general did not have the authority to suspend a director general. Only the board can do that. Only the board can do that. And you're suspending the man because the man were providing information, blah, blah, blah. In the case of Census provided information that has been contradicted by the GAC report. So the two are not analogous. What Alex William is being alleging, the board will look and see whether Alex William was saying the truth or not. We now know that Census did not say the truth in his whistleblowing, that he alleged that a certain amount of money, 100,000, was illegally eaten or something. The GAC goes there and find that nothing wrong with that money. So Census has to be honest with himself here. He can't compare himself with Alex William. Now, when we go and find out that Alex William is... No, let me finish. Alex William is lying in the both sides. All the information...
Honestly, I disagree.
Census, because this is the minister program, we will invite you in studio tomorrow. Come and be our guest tomorrow, okay?
I will highly appreciate. But while the minister is on the line, stand up.
Yes.
While the minister is on the line, I am claiming that I was never investigated. How did a report come up to say I lied?
Okay, I am not the direct. I am not the general auditing. The general auditor of the Republic. The Auditor General of the Republic looked into your allegation regarding the disappearance, the misuse of certain amount of money, and filed his report to the president that that amount was never stolen, misused, misappropriated as alleged. So that's a fact.
Okay,
Wait,
Stanton,
what
I
are
will
you?
come
What are
on
you?
the
Wait,
show
hold on now.
Stanton tomorrow with the
I will
very
not
report.
Well,
speak
hold
to
on
why
one
he
minute.
didn't.
Hold on one
I will
minute.
not.
Let's listen to the minister, please, and see.
I will not speak to why he didn't call you or why he called you. Then I'm an area there. I'm an auditor. I know how auditors can do their job. I will not tell him how to do his job. He's certified and trained to audit. So when you come on the show, and maybe Stanton can call him and ask him why, in your determination that no money was missing, why you didn't call him. But that's not my ask. My ask is to show that Mr. Sensi provided misinformation as confirmed by the auditors. Oh,
Thank you, Minister. Sensi, thank you, Sensi, thank you. We'll see you we'll see you on the show tomorrow. Thank you very much for calling in.
Okay, Stanton. I will come in with the
guys, let's wrap this thing up. Take a few more calls. The minister have to go. It's after 12 midnight. So take a few more calls, please.
Yeah. Okay. Let me take this person. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning. And this is Ali Kiadi, and I call from the Citizen Intellectual Bureau. Most of the statistics Mr. Tua is quoting, let I say to the commission that the real statistics are the expressions of people's faces. So when you come to studio, you think that certain information are classified, they will remind you that those things you call classified are actually sponsored and paid by Liberian people money.
Thank you very much. Let's take this person. Welcome.
The last person.
Our group, hardworking people of the Spoon Network. I'm Jefferson XT Electronic Conversation from
Hello?
District of the District Island. My question to the Honorable Tour had to do with this situation of the morning maize place, where is the day? It is there no insight to what is unfolding at next as well right now. Is there no insight since they never go to the report area? Is there no insight? Question.
Nick? Is he asking about Nick?
Hello?
Yeah, I said if the money you never go to the report area, you are no insight to what is unfolding at next legit.
Thank you. Let me take this last call, guys, except you get calls from your end. I'm taking this one very quick from my end. It will be my last call. Your name and where are you calling from, my friend? Your name and where are you calling from? Hello? Yeah, but can you lower your volume from your receiver, please? And talking to the phone. Your name and where are you calling from?
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Engineer G. Erickson Williams, and I call you from my residence in Israel. I just thought it would be appropriate that I provide this clarity. That number one, I was never suspended as Deputy Director General for Statistics at Legis. I was not suspended either because I blew a whistle. What I know was that I received a letter in February, specifically the 18th of February, suspending me as Census Project Coordinator because in the letter contained, that is in my possession from the Director General, was that I did not attend a particular meeting that Minister Tua in studio can attest that I attended. That was before the LACC invited me to provide information as regarding my role into an alleged acts of corruption that was being investigated. That's the first clarity I wanted to make. The next thing I wanted to say is that for the record, I did not go to LACC and provided any information with regards to whistleblowing. I was only informed because at the time the management of Legis wrote the National Security Agency and that of LACC that has squandered some 341,000 fuel and gas slip and hacked the Legis ICT infrastructure. And both of the institutions, both the National Security Agency and that of the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission have fully investigated the matter, concluded those investigations, and realized that I was not involved in any form of corruption, but rather my colleagues were involved in acts of corruption, misappropriation, and mismanagement of public resources, and the records and documentation are before the Ministry of Justice and other institutions. That is the clarity I wanted to make.
Alex, want to say thank you for calling on the Spoon Talk. The minister heard you. and have a wonderful evening, sir. Thank you. All right, thank you, guys. And then anybody else want to say something? We got to wrap this up. We are going to Minister Samuel 12. Minister Samuel 12, can you, excuse me?
We still having call, or it's over the calls?
Do you have a call coming in for the minister?
Yeah, go ahead. Call us for the minister, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for having me. My name is LG Kono, and I'm calling from Massachusetts. Thanks for having me on the Mariah and Stanton show tonight. And I want to thank the minister for letting us know that it was 160,000 Liberian dollars, because yesterday we were told that it was 160,000 US dollars. So thanks for clarifying that, Mr. Minister. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for watching the Mariah and Stanton show.
I wanted to just ask a comment or make a comment to the minister.
Real quick, because the minister got to go real quick.
Really quick. I believe when Minister Nabi was here, he said that several efforts were made by your government officials to present appropriate and favorable numbers for the Liberian government to pass the compact, the MCC. Is there a website that Liberians can go to if they wanted to see what numbers were presented to the different organizations such as Heritage Foundation, World Bank, VDEM, that we can see just to know the numbers that contributed to us passing?
So when you look at this, let me begin with that question. When you look at the scorecard, it has all the information available, the source where MCC takes that. Usually it's Freedom House, Heritage Foundation, the World Bank, the World Governance Indicators, all of these sources are there. You follow them, and then you will see the specific. MCC just aggregates scores from all over. So they are net aggregate.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I did go looking at those numbers, but I was wondering the numbers that you guys give them for them to aggregate. That's what I was talking about.
No, so the government provides information to UNESCO, for example, and UNESCO. So we provide information to UNESCO. Some of the information we provide will be expenditure numbers and all that thing. They go to entities like UNESCO and WHO for World Health calculate. So they calculate. MCC will go to UNESCO website and then take it from there. But the government does not.
Minister, I was wondering.
We got to wrap this thing up.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is there somewhere, maybe you can email me that number, the number that you give to UNESCO, because the UNESCO has
the government doesn't publish that number. It's in databases within the government. So we will say how much you spend. Give me all the money you spend on primary education, and then we'll put it together and send it to UNESCO. Then UNESCO will calculate and grade us, and MCC will take it from UNESCO.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. It's good having you as always. We say thank you. It is why it is. This is a spoon talk. I'm giving the chance to close, but want to say thank you before you do your closing. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Let me close on the Mariah and Stanton show. I got a new name. No, thank you. Let me thank all of the callers. The reason I do these public shows is that as Minister of Finance, I have extensive command of facts, data, and knowledge of government policy. So when I come to public shows, I present only those facts. I will never give an information to the Liberian people that is not correct. To the best of my ability, I try to present. So if anybody think that anything I say here, they can come back later on and go fact check it. What I say is not correct, but everything I say to the best of my knowledge is correct. Yes, the $160,000 issue about Alusha Howell, it's a public concern. People have asked about it because of Mr. Howell's association with me. Obviously, it becomes a subject of political football. I understand that. But just because it's a subject of political football doesn't mean that it is wrong or it is right. So we have to then find out what happened. The first step in finding what happened is to first say the truth amount that was taken or paid. So 160,000. We'll go into the facts
LD.
And deal with that. Alex William, what he called just now to say that, because I think I had said that the DG. I mean, that well, I just basically told the DG because he and the DGs and the other people have been sparring. They've been fighting, and I know he's been giving public information. He's been coming on shows to talk things about religions. So I said, the board reinstated him and said you don't have the authority to remove him from his position. He did write a letter, and you don't have the authority to remove him from his position.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dito. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Have you asked any authority to arrest Alex Williams?
No, never.
Okay. You are not asking him. You are not asking for his arrest.
No, I basically, as chairman of the board, reinstated him at least and said he should do his work.
I want you to be clear because we are receiving information that NSA or some security authority in the country will be arresting him this week or early next week. As chairman of the board, can you please seriously speak to that and let's just kill this tonight?
Mr. Ellis Williams is a free citizen, as free as the president of the Republic of Liberia. No government security agency will arrest him, should arrest him. He has done nothing wrong. If he provided information, which he denied, let's say he didn't provide information. If he whistleblew, which even if he did, we have a whistleblower law and a witness protection law as a democracy and as a country fighting corruption. We encourage people like Alex Williams and others who have information about wrongdoing to bring them. Any security person that goes to arrest Mr. Williams, okay, they will be on the wrong side of the law, and the government will be dealing with that individual. They have no authority from the president. They have no authority from the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice is not ordering his arrest. So anything out there.
What was the reason of you guys? What was the reason that Wilmer Smith issued the arrest of one of his colleagues, Alex Williams' colleague? He was taken to the Liberia National Police. He was detained from Friday through Sunday. He was denied bail till the lawyer stepped in seriously and released him. Can you clarify? Can you speak to us on that story?
Listen to me.
Yes, sir.
I can't speak to what wrong people do and don't do. No government official or officer has the right, the legal basis to do any such thing. To arrest people, it has to be through a due process. It's the Ministry of Justice that is in charge of that. It's the National Police. You have to go through the courts. You have to do that. So I can't speak to what somebody order somebody. These things are said about people.
You have said enough. That's fine.
Yeah, but
go ahead, continue.
Why are you calling the name of the whistleblower publicly? Isn't that confidential information? Aren't we supposed to protect the identity of whistleblowers? Why did you call his name?
No, because Mr. Williams came public. Mr. Williams has been
No, you called his name first before he called.
No. He came on the show. He's been talking about legislators publicly. I've heard him on OKFM. I saw him here. He's been calling all over the place. So he's public.
Talk about.
I didn't know he was a whistleblower.
She does.
What is whistleblower? Whistleblowing.
Do your closing. Mr. Do your closing.
Whistleblower. I can be a whistleblower and kind of say, I have information. Stanton Witherspoon did this thing. Who told you whistleblower said you only got to be secret?
I didn't say that. I'm asking, did he identify himself as a whistleblower? Coming on Spoon to talk about these issues, did he identify himself as the whistleblower? Because you came on the show and called him the whistleblower.
No, but you agree with me? He identified himself as whistleblower.
I said, did he? Yes, he did. I said, when he came on Spoon, did he identify himself as a whistleblower?
No, I don't have to.
Thank you. Kev Hassan, relax now.
Let's continue.
No, relax. The minister can defend himself. I know you are the. I'm not. Stop. Kev, stop. Stop. No, guys, stop. It's not fair. Minister, please do your question. No, you can't. You need to stop, man. You need to stop interrupting, man. Come on. Go ahead, Minister
The
Tuan.
only reason I asked is because even some of
No,
us
no, we are very
co-workers.
serious now. You need to
Alex, are you
stop.
France?
She is asking a question to the minister. You are not the minister.
Yeah, but
Stop.
she interrupted.
Minister Tuan, please do your closing.
Go ahead. But the only reason I asked that is
Mariah, that's enough. We don't want to know the reason.
people.
Mariah,
I'm
that's
just
enough.
saying,
Mariah, that's
protecting.
enough. Let everybody stop. Let's go. Minister Tuan, please do your closing.
Let me provide the clarity and the education to Mariah. A whistleblower need not be private. When the whistleblower does something publicly and he provides information, he doesn't have to say he's a whistleblower. The provision of information that should have otherwise been private to the public is the act of whistleblowing. Whistleblowing means you got to be secret. So Mr. Alex Williams' actions in coming to public places and in talking publicly about ledgers, about checks, in displaying all these things, in sending information to everybody around the world, it's fine. He's not doing any wrong. The law protects him. He's a patriotic citizen. He's looking out for his country's resources. I have no malice. Nobody should have malice against him. We're in a democracy. That's why, as chairman of the board, under the leadership of my chairman, the board reinstated him to legislate. We nullified
So why did the board exclude? Why did
No,
the
we will
people
not take
exclude
another
you,
question,
Marcus,
Mariah. We will not.
exclude you?
He's doing his closing, Mariah.
Okay,
Minister
close,
Tuan,
close.
please do your
No,
closing.
because there's a precedent of
Minister
holding
Tuan,
malice
Minister
against
Tuan,
people.
please do your closing, please.
No, let's close the stand on Mariah show and open the 12 Mariah on.
I beg you, please. Let's do the closing. Go ahead, Minister Tuan.
Yeah, I can tell my sister Mariah, we can go.
No, because there's a precedent. Go ahead.
Mariah, that's enough. Minister Tuan, do you have any other thing to say? We want to wish you well for coming on School Talk
I
tonight.
just want to thank the Nigerian people for staying with us. It's been long, I think almost 4 hours. I want to say that, in closing again, as I said in my opening at ARBC, our country is heading in the right direction under the president. Liberian people should not be misled by political propagandists and pundits who trade in misinformation to denigrate Liberia. Liberians should know that their country is rising, that their country has a humongous set of challenges, like many developing countries across the world. We're looking for resources. We need time to develop. We have infrastructure challenges. But this administration is doing its best and its utmost. It brought power tariff down from 35 cents to 15 cents per kilowatt hour for the poor. It's opening roads across the country. It's trying to pay for some $65 million to bring any money here. It's paying for election, 51 million. It's mobilized 120 million in new money that we use to do all these things. When we have done these things, we'll use this money for schools, for education, for health, and for more roads. George Weah inherited a difficult situation and he turned it around. It's still tough, but Liberia is faring much, much better under the difficult circumstances than many countries that are its peers. So do not listen to the detraction. Do not listen to the distraction. Do not listen to the naysayers. Ask the tough questions. Are you saying the truth? Do you have a motive to denigrate the government? Why should I believe you? Why should I believe your integrity if you have a motive to denigrate the government for political power? We should not bring our country down to the gutters because we want to ascend to political power. That's my final word to the Liberian people. The census is on course. The president is in charge of the country. He's fighting for the country out there. He will bring back the goodies. We are on top of the right situation. We are on top of salary. You can rest assured this ship is sailing smoothly and will not be torpedoed by propaganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Samuel Ditwat. Good having you. Have a safe travel home. Till we meet you again, may God be with you, may God bless you, and may God bless our country, Liberia. Thanks a lot. Well, guys, that's all, folks. Let's wrap this thing up. Let's close. We want to appreciate all those of you that hang along with us to have over 4 hours of great discussion, very interactive, but it is why it is. This is the Spoon Talk. So let's do our closing. That Richard Singh, please go first. Kev Hassan, Bomara Yakula, Chief Tomalin George, and Chairman Ben Sanvi.
It was
enough time, man.
What you get problem with Mariah?
That Dr. Richardson, please go ahead.
It was quite an interesting show. It is my hope that the more that the minister comes to Spoon, we will gradually get the information that the Liberian people need to know about Liberia. I strongly believe that Minister Twe is aware of all of the mismanagement of funds that is happening at Legis, but he is refusing to take any actions, including suspending those who stole the money from the Liberian people. Mr. Twe told us that money were placed in different accounts without his authorization. This is the basic and most simple form of fraud, mismanagement, corruption. Minister Twe behavior suggests to us that he's not transparent. He came here today, he couldn't even tell us what was the president's budget for his trip. He couldn't even tell us. We had to go in circles with that. He also told us the lack of clarity when it came to paying the Liberian people their salary or the money that they worked so hard for. He started out by telling us that, oh, there was a technical glitch. And then when Stanton pressed him a little harder, then he said, oh, it's something about waiting for the budget to pass, waiting for millions of dollars to come from World Bank or IMF. This behavior just shows that Minister Twe has a motive. And the motive is they want to maintain the money to spread it among themselves. In Liberia, we say, well, they want to live large. They are greedy. But they want to spin it around and say, no, anybody that speaks against this government has a motive to want to remove them from power. And that is not so true. His motive, Liberian people, is to continue to eat the money, eat your money, eat the money that donor people give us. How can a man who is supposed to be responsible for a board, Legis, and can't come here today to tell us no hair, no tear, he just going around in circles about financial issues at Legis? It just doesn't make sense. It's either that they take Liberian people for granted, he's incompetent, or they want to abuse the Liberian people. So Liberian people, I tell you that you have a choice. Please do not take yourself for granted. Let's hold our public servants accountable to Liberia. You have a choice next year to vote them out. If they are not doing the Liberian people's job, if they continue to put our country backward, you have the power to vote them out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. We appreciate your comment. Kev Hassan, please.
Well. This is the Liberia that we want under this government, that the finance minister will come and answer the tough questions. You see people who will ask tough questions, but they cannot, the leaders cannot come on Spoon Talk to answer the tough question. They prefer go to all the softball station. They don't come here. They will hide behind the curtain and send the surrogate to come and talk. But I'm going to put a challenge out there.
No, President, we are here on Spoon last.
Let it close, please.
I'm gonna put a challenge out there to Mr. Alice Cummings. To Mr. Alice Cummings to come here. Yes, I say Alice Cummings. To come here. I'm making no mistake. To come here and answer the tough question. Not send your surrogates them to come and answer question.
You mean Georgia? We are.
So I'm not. Don't go behind the curtain and hide like a little girl and send your surrogates
to come and ask questions. Come on Spoon Talk and answer. And I'm putting the challenge out there. Come on Spoon Talk and let's grill you the same way CEO asking a tough question. And I must commend you, CEO, for asking a tough question. And that's what we want. And this minister answer all the questions. That's the Liberia we want. That's the Liberia that this president said, we will not be spectator. Now we see the arena of Spoon Talk, people listen all over the country to the minister explaining everything without shying away. You know, that's why we want this president to win the second term, because we will have a better Liberia. He explained things well. And again, folks out there, 160,000, 160,000. A lot of people thought it was 160,000 USD. Well, no, it's LD. It's LD. But folks want to go around and just spread it. But I will commend this minister today, what he did, and coming here. Because again, not many people will want to come here. Example, the political leaders, they send the surrogates. They don't come here. And I'll repeat myself again. They hide and send the surrogates them to come on Spoon Talk. But this minister will come and answer the tough question. Don't we know that you have plan for Liberia? And again, show us your plan. Don't be asking questions. Tell us what you want to do. And if you don't have it, don't try and play games. Everything they asked the minister today, all the tough questions, he answered it well. And by the way, those questions was impromptu. It was not the question. The minister came in for MCC, but those questions was impromptu, and that's what Spoon is all about. He answered it well. Not some other political leader like the ANC. They want us to give them the question. That's why they're not coming. It's a communist that want us to give them the question. That's why he said, give us the question before you can come. And we're not going to do it. And let me let the public know today.
Yeah, when was the last time George Weah was here?
Let me let the public know today. Mr. Cummings wants us to give him the question before he come on Spoon. And we're not going to do that. So he go to the softball place, you know. And one thing, Mariah sell the wage bill. The last one, CEO. Well, Mariah sell the wage bill. What Mr. Cummings, if Mr. Cummings president said, they will fire a lot of people, reduce the wage bill, fire a lot of people. That's what they want to do. Just fire people.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
So
thank you very much,
Minister. What you did today, you did just.
Thank you, Captain. Mariah, can you come in?
Explain it well. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Thank you. I wasn't going to waste my time to respond to Kev Tabata about political leaders or leaders not coming on Spoon and putting a challenge out to Mr. Cummings when Georgia Weah has not been on Spoon once, why Mr. Cummings has been here more than about 3 or 4 times. The fact of the matter is, I think Kev continues to decline because when you compare
Comments came on spoon.
scope of
One time.
when you compare, I guess one-on-one with the CEO
That's not spoon talk. One-on-one is not spoon talk. It's
Yes,
not spoon talk.
don't
When he
interrupt
comes
me.
to
You're talking. Let me finish.
you come, you ask all the questions. Let me see what is come.
So
Tell your people that I
when
see
you
that
bring
talk.
Georgia, we are on spoon talk or one-on-one with spoon, then we talk. But let me get to the
Alice,
issue.
you know,
The
bring
reason
Alice.
why
Let Alice come
we
here.
will not.
Let's show some respect, man. Those are Mariah. Mariah, hold on 1
The
minute.
reason why.
Mariah, 1 minute you're coming. Let me say this.
Let's stop calling
No,
these leaders.
when he
Mariah,
when he
Mariah,
called
no,
Mr.
Mariah,
Alex
hold on 1
Cummings
minute.
3
Mariah,
times,
you gotta hold
and
on 1 minute.
nobody
Let me say
said
this.
anything.
Mariah,
We now
stop.
talk about mutual
Mariah,
respect
stop.
when I
Mariah,
respond
stop. 1 minute, stop.
in the
Let me
same
say
room.
this to all of us. We
3
had a
times
good
he
show.
said it here.
Mariah, please, let me speak. We had a good show. We will show some respect to our political leaders.
Yeah, man.
It's President George Manawia. It's Mr. Alexander Cummings.
Please.
We will show some respect. It's Ambassador Joseph Yimabwaka. We are all grown folks here. Time to joke, we joke. Time to play, we should play. We shouldn't use our network to disrespect those political leaders. Please, let's show them some respect. Thank you, and let's do our closing, please.
Good, thank you. And thank you for saying that. I hope somebody would have said it when he started. But to the point, the reason he claims Mr. Cummings will fire people when he took over is because he's afraid that Mr. Cummings and his government will improve the private sector, which will absorb people, pay them more than what government is paying them, $45, $90, whatever, and provide more jobs for the people so that the burden, the wage bill is not so high that monies that's supposed to be going to hospital and schools and other public sector investment projects are going into salaries that they're struggling to pay. But since they got no sense of direction in terms of knowing, understanding that government cannot be the largest employer and that it stalls growth and development of any country, and they have no capacity to build the private sector, to improve the economy, to expand the private sector, to be able to attract Liberians who will work in the private sector and make more money and have a better life and build a middle class. That's why the propaganda is that the wage bill will reduce under Mr. Cummings because he will fire people because they have no clue how to run a country. But let's talk about the finance minister here today. Again, like I said at the beginning, it's very disrespectful to the Liberian people when government officials come on this forum and believe or feel or act as though they owe no explanation to the people and there's no sense of accountability. They don't answer questions when it's posed to them. They say, you can't tell me how to answer, but they will tell you how to ask, when in fact they're actually on this show to provide answers to the Liberian people. I think it's disrespectful. Not only that, it's an insult to the intelligence of the panelists, and you come on the show to provide information to the people and specifically refuse to do so, but yet try to come around the answers and talk about things that are not being asked. It is clear today that the finance minister did not come here to provide the answers to the Liberian people. Yes, we're able to get certain information out of him. At least he was able to confirm that his staff has collected $160,000 from leases for work that he claims PR work, when in fact that staff is also a staff of the Ministry of Finance. So where is it in any serious government that you have a civil servant or someone working with one ministry taking money for and working from another agency of the same government? Then these are some of the things that we talk about, and he wants to call $160,000 petty cash. So yeah, petty cash that when you need some small money, then you say, okay, go to Legis. Then I gave you $160,000, and that did not say on the withdrawal form that it was for any PR purpose. It said pay to self. So how is someone paying to self and said that they're providing any PR purpose? The Liberian people saw tonight that it's clear that these things that are happening, there's no accountability, there's rampant corruption, There's serious issue of mismanagement, misappropriation. And let's be clear, the 300,000 United States dollars that he's talking about was put in Liberian dollars. If you times that by 150, which is the going rate, we're talking about millions of Liberian, almost 54 million or so Liberian dollars. So this is not chicken change, this is not petty cash. If the money went into the Liberian dollars account, which we clearly said they should not have done, why did they not hold that money, turn it to US and send it back to the UN FBA account? That's because they needed that money to do what they're doing with it. And for the minister to sit here and say he's not aware of the report from LCC, he's not aware of the geo mappers map being paid or the labor court. It's you're not aware of anything. Yet you say that you're stating facts. He's not even able to give us the information on what the budget for the president's trip is. Is this a joke? We come here and spend 4 hours to leave without answers to these things, when in fact that's why the Liberian people tune in, that's why they burn the data, that's why they listen to the show. And when we ask the hard questions, then they literally talk about someone being rude and all that stuff. Look, all of this comes to one thing: 2023. We have decisions to make, and the decisions we make will either have us continue this complete mess we're in, or will have us to make serious decisions about how we can change this country, move forward, and provide a better life for our people. Because these officials of government clearly have no respect for us, no accountability to us, and they think we're working for them instead of the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mubarak. Thank you a lot. Chief Sintumane.
Well, it's always interesting time to have government officials there, those in the news, to appear and come. Like I always say, we come prepared to engage them, and if no matter how we try to make them to answer questions the Liberian people want to get answers for. We're in political season. I will say again, we got 334 days, and the people, the politics is on, elections is on, and people will come here and they will do what they want to do to make their case and to defend their record. So we just got to keep on digging deeper and asking the questions that the people of Liberia want the answers for. But and against a tough thing too, not many officials of government, even opposition people, that are really willing to come forward to come engage and get grilled. Like how many people come and get grilled, So especially when you're not expecting the questions come from all walks of life, come there. But again, we are on obligation to give Liberian people the facts and create a space where they can hear the answers of the questions. But again, I want to say thanks for this program, and I want to just send a shout out to Winfred Russell, Brother Elliott. They were gracious in defeat. They didn't make it this time around, but I want to say thanks to them for taking part and being gracious in defeat. And also to the team led by Chocom Page. You guys did a heck of a job, man. A great job, and don't give up. This is a process. We'll continue to try. And congratulate Nakita Riggs in Colorado and my friend and brother in Rhode Island, Nathan Bia. They were really elected. I want to say thanks, congratulations to you guys. And we love the American democracy. We hope we can take it to our country and exhibit the same things that happen here, where you see the balance of power. People are fighting to make a case. But again, we hope we can learn from it. And I want to say happy birthday to my cousin in Minnesota, Etta Richards. Cousin Etta, happy birthday. And also to best wishes to Joel Torres Zoka, Uncle Herman Jones, and Dimitri Albertini. Thank all you guys, and just God bless you guys and continue to keep it good. Kind guy. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
Sandro, I will do you justice and just say it was a great show. Okay.
Thank you very much, man. We appreciate
I feel for you. I feel for you because I saw your face, and I was told me.
Yeah, he said,
so he tired. He tired. I can see that he.
Want to say thank you very much,
man.
Mariah, thank you. Dr. Richardson, thank you. Kev Hassan, want to say thanks. Dr. Peabody, Sentiment and George, to the Minister Simon 12, we appreciate you for joining us tonight to have a very, very interesting conversation. To the producer, James Goode Flomo from Europe, Aaron Kuben from Liberia, we want to say thanks to every one of you, all of our followers. Thanks for holding it down. Till we meet again tomorrow. May
This
God
was a
bless us
marathon
all.
show.
Yes,
4
we're
hours.
going to be having, I think Russell will be joining us tomorrow to talk about post-election, Winfrey Russell. And we'll also have the gentleman that called in from the Water and Sword, his allegation about being a whistleblower. We want to say thanks to every one of you. God bless you all. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Good night, guys. All right.
They say Mariah Piggy older than Mariah.
Mariah Piggy older than Mariah.
Older than Mariah. I can be Mariah Piggy. Since I see you a bad boy. I see you, man. You a bad
Seems
boy.
like you, and you're giving me the name. I even know you. I'm like,
Even if
what?
it's you.
Yes, stop it. I love
Mariah Piggy.
Como le call Mariah Piggy. Grandpa. They say Mariah Piggy.
Why are you like this? You're too nice, man.
That's you for too bad. When I saw the post, I want people to myself. When I saw the post. I see ya. Thank you, man, guys. Thank you.
Okay, folks, there you have it. A very fascinating edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Folks, my name is Aaron Kuban. I've been here bringing you all of the sound. Tomorrow is Thursday. Another producer will be here. I'll be back here on Wednesday. Do have yourself a wonderful, blessed time. It's already in the morning. I will be back by 4:30, 5 o'clock with another broadcast from Congo Town in Spoon House.